All right then, fellas. Let's get this underway since we're all here. Let's start with a recap since it's been a couple weeks. Last session began as the battle within Baracus's manor was won by our heroes, or you guys, arguable heroes. After they collect themselves, do a bit of looting and some head chopping, Locris blasts his way through a locked door, and off they went, torching the building behind them as they leave. After heading to the Pelor Temple District to speak to Brother Agnew and relaying the past events of the evening to him, he sends acolytes to confirm your findings, as well as inspects the fresh vampire bites left upon your party. With sufficient enough info, you learn that he intends to act, as vampires are the sworn enemy of the Dawn Father. Somewhere in this particular neck of the woods is when you guys, the party casts a speak with dead ritual, and learned from one of their fallen foes that Tilinara Blackfeather is being held in a prison gem upon a brooch belonging to General Firefoot. After which, the party, some of them at least, find rest within the main chamber of the temple. And when they are awoken the next morning, the clanging of armor, shields, swords, and maces of the many clerics and paladins to not only Pelor, but the goddess Yandala as well. On the warpath, they leave from the church toward the manor district. Their numbers are swelling with every step. Once there, they surround the manors and begin a room-by-room search of each one. In the process, half a dozen more vampiric steward knights are slain, and several vampires are misted and then re-slain in their resting places, giving them a permanent end. The party, first searching the burnt remains of Baracus's manor, and then the Alphin's family manor as well, finding a few trinkets alongside of bits of information, seeing the remaining noblemen and women emaciated and malnourished, escorted by the clergy, some people carried from within the manors themselves. A few questions were asked that revealed much about the graying and its origin in relation to vampires, but more specifically, vampires native to the plane of Shadowfell. Taking a few baubles and what info they have, it is not long before Renwick and Locris have another interesting meeting with some street urchins. The urchins, at Renwick's request, kind of pass along a bit of intel. The Dawn Treader is being watched by many interested in its bounty and its whereabouts. Pressing on to the Pelor Temple District, the party arrives to cheering crowds and a beaming Brother Agnew, who rewards Gladir, thankful of his involvement in bringing about some justice. He also offers to teleport the party to the Dawn Father's temple upon Wafet Isle via his teleportation circle as early as the following morning. So, the party, now enjoying a bit of local celebrity status, seems to handshake and high-five themselves all the way to the nearest bar, where Blade expertly holds a crowd's attention with a dramatic retelling of your exploits and adventures, adding to your fame. And that is kind of where we are now. So you guys are in the Topsy Turtle. It is fairly packed. The drinks are flowing. Blade has just now finished his performance and is raking in a pile of coins that were donated to him as he performed. And so, what does the party do from here?
We're still at the turtle, the top sea turtle right now.
Correct. You at the Topsy Turtle, and it is jam packed. Looks like every other person you've met tries to buy you a drink or a round. So aside from a Gladier putting down a bit of coin to get the first bit of ales flowing, supposedly, allegedly. Yeah, you guys are kind of you got your own table and plenty of ale to go around, and a lot of people looking your way, especially now that Blade has just done a performance. You kind of hear the whispers of people talking about potentially your exploits.
So I know last session, the little urchins were telling us that we had eyes on us. While we're, having a good time, Logus would like to be trying to keep, kind of scan the room and see if there's anybody paying a particular interest to us.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
It's an 18 total.
Well, most people are kind of paying attention to you, so it's kind of hard to pick out somebody out of the crowd. It looks like almost every patron at some point is kind of glancing at you, whether they wave emphatically or kind of stare away, kind of embarrassed that they made eye contact or something. Just a lot of people seem to be interested in the newest local celebrities, i.e., you and your party.
So there's no one acting like shady, maybe just standing off to the corner watching us, like not participating in the festivities.
Most it looks to you that most people in the bar are celebrating in some way or another. Yeah, everybody seems to have an ale in their hand, whether they're celebrating you guys specifically or something else. You're not sure, but yeah, everybody seems to be in a jovial mood in the general vicinity.
All right, so Logus, will be partaking in the festivities, but um, with the pass, I have a passive of 20 perception. Especially knowing we know he's going to be kind of a little on edge. Also, trying to stay aware, not get too drunk or anything.
Okay, makes sense. You kind of sip your ale as you take in the crowd, keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. And what are the rest of you lot doing?
I imagine Glader's kind of fingering the new amulet around his neck, kind of like twirling it between his fingers as he's also just kind of keeping a probably not as close a lookout as Logus because he's blind as shit, but just kind of like glancing around every now and then, just like being aware of his coin purse, but also just being taking in the moment to celebrate and unwind. You know, having his ales, lots of free ales from all the people.
Gladiator, I know you're celebrating, but try not to get too drunk today. Let's not forget we have business. And also, we also have eyes on us.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of eyes on us right now. I imagine you're keeping your elf eyes peeled around for anyone shady, but yeah, I'm not gonna get belligerent or anything like that, but no harm in unwinding after almost dying multiple times via vampire.
Makes me nervous that those vampires are still out there. It's kind of hard to relax when we have enemies all over the place now.
Yeah, that's true. Vampires are still out there, and we still got all those eyes on us that we heard about from those street urchins Renwick was talking to earlier. So, like I said, I'm not gonna get belligerent, but might as well for the time being keep an eye out for him, but not make it obvious that we're looking for him.
We also have the Queen's. I forget her name. The Queen's lover on
Marinette?
the trail after us. Yeah, Marinette. That's the name.
Yeah, I'm not
We
gonna
also,
get
there's just so much going on.
Yeah, we do have a lot going on. We got Marinette trying to kill me for killing the queen. We got vampires trying to kill us for killing them and burning down their house. And then the
That
ringleader
one
of
sounds
all.
reasonable. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
We also have
Guild
a,
Master.
sh- yeah, a shadow group after us. A bunch of pirates. Anything else we're missing?
Kraken?
Fucking Kraken.
Yeah, thanks for that, Renly.
Did you say something? I feel like he's just like staring at his cup, kind of like lost in everything, happy from the performance, but then the day is just kind of soaking in. And he's listening to you two talk about all the shit that's happening. And he's just like, for fuck's sake, I just wanted the night off. And he kind of looks over at Locris and he's just like, there's not really a good time to do this, but do you have a moment to talk about this whole patron thing?
Yeah, do you want to do it down here where it's noisy, or do you want to do it upstairs where you can actually be open and discuss and not get weird looks?
I mean, I've got a tentacles for a hand. So I think everybody knows I'm cursed at this point. I'm not exactly worried about them. I'm not going to ask about anything that's going to get us in trouble, but, well, I mean, it's like a parasite, and it's latched onto me, and somehow it seems like you're able to almost channel it and use it to your advantage. And, well, I mean, if I'm gonna have this fucking hand, I might as well see if I can't use some of that power that this thing has over me. Because we've had a couple close calls lately, and sometimes the sword just doesn't cut it.
Yeah, it is nice to sometimes be able to do a little tricky trick when they're not expecting it. And Locris will pull out his book and explain the difference between a used in a contract warlock versus what he is, and start going into the basics, sharing his notes and whatnot.
And I imagine he's just gonna sit there and comb over this and kind of like shoot the shit with Locris and just kind of get base level warlock shit, to kind of wrap his head around the situation he's in and see if he can't exploit it. But we'll just kind of hand wave that.
Okay, and one thing you do kind of notice after you're going over some things with Locris is things that apply to acquiring a patron versus maybe being uh, assigned to one at birth are a little bit different. So you get the distinct vibe that unless you were to somehow also take Locris's patron, that no matter what, there's going to be some varying differences.
Duly noted. What's Blade up to?
I'd imagine Blade is probably riding one of the biggest highs of his life right now. He just kind of jumps down, after performing, on the table and jumps back and just kind of leans back in his chair. He might notice that Gladier and Logas are kind of more on the lookout of the situation. And he might just kind of gesture to them and just be like, "What's the worry, guys? They love us. Like, why don't we just take a night off?"
Yeah, I mean, like Lucas was saying, we can only relax so much when we got so much shit going on. Just a lot of people after us right now, so it's trying to relax, but can't 100% get there right now. But that was one hell of a performance you put on.
So the the bar kind of doesn't really seem to die down any. A lot of people are kind of staring your way, and it seems anytime you guys go to leave or maybe just to relieve yourself or order another round, somebody stops you for a handshake and offers to buy you a round. And there's you hear a lot of the retelling of what Blade just performed from older patrons to new patrons. Is all of the patrons seem to kind of cycle out and about, and you're getting fresh new individuals in and around the bar within every hour or so. As some leave, some go, but it seems to be like a constant stream of people that come and like kind of gawk at you guys, like, "Oh shit, that's them," and you kind of enjoying the fame and whatnot. It's probably late afternoon at this point. You're looking at like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and you guys are definitely starting to get into your cups at this point. You've been drinking for a couple hours.
So, Captain, what's the plan then? Are we staying the night here? Are we going back to the temple?
Well, at this point, I'm not sure if having a few drinks in me is going to help me or hurt me when we teleport. Nobody really wants to get ill. Perhaps we should start fresh in the morning. We can take today to resupply ourselves and, just sort ourselves out. And in the morning, we'll make our way to Waffet Island.
Well, I think the pastor said he couldn't send us till the morning anyway. Probably burned up a lot of spells killing those vampires.
Well, then it was meant to be. And he'll raise his mug to day drinking and shopping.
Oh, cheers to that.
As you guys kind of raise your glasses and cheers, Logos, you would notice right away a small battalion of familiar-looking halflings. You would went with them on their like war path, but several clerics of Yondala, clerics and knights, enter, and they are all halflings. And about 3 of them approach the table, and with a salute and a bow, they also express their gratitude, and they deliver unto you this message. It's like very formal. One of them pulls out a little horn and dun, 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 and it silences the bar. And another steps forward and pulls open like a scroll to read from, and says, "Hear you all. Herein the Knights of the Sands of Justice are awarded the title of knighthood amongst those of Borsland, to add to their esteem and grandeur. And with that comes a few royalties that can be discussed at the Church of Yondala at a later point in time. However, we would like it to be publicly stated that the Knights of the Sands of Justice have also been formally invited to be inducted into the Knights of the Borsland Council. Please. Our Lady waits outside. If you would take but a moment of your time, come speak with her briefly.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
That's
Yeah, I'm gonna
2
roll
plus
this.
7 for a 9.
I got a 16.
Well, guys, something's fishy, man. But Renwick, this seems on the up and up. They're kind of they're a different, very different breed. Those who worship Yondala.
I imagine he immediately like sits up, kind of like rights his hat because it was slumped to the side, and kind of tries to pick himself up a bit in front of them as we're like starting to get tipsy.
With
Yeah,
that,
exactly.
they kind of, they re-salute you, and they march outside. They leave the tavern immediately. They don't order any drinks or anything, and a few other knights that had entered with them kind of survey the crowd for a bit, and then follow shortly thereafter.
So Logus is like definitely like suspicious and on edge through this whole thing.
I feel like Renwick just finishes the ale he's got and sets it down, and he's like, "Well, boys, I guess what we know what our next step is."
Yeah, I think it's the same. Just downs the last of his drink, slams the mug on the table, and stands up and starts slowly heading towards the door.
Okay.
Blake,
Renwick will follow you out and whisper, "You know, we could probably still swing at a quick shopping trip on the way to the church." Kind of ribs him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I can keep
Okay.
a good stock up.
How long have we been in that bar? I thought it was nighttime.
No, they just keep it dark so that you don't see the ladies you're taking home.
Oof.
Jesus.
All right, let's go get another badge for the Boy Scouts.
So, as you guys kind of make your way outside, is there anything you wanted to do before leaving the tavern? Anything in particular, Blade?
No, I think Blade would be hesitant to want to leave because just getting a taste of that fame, he's feeling good. I think probably while they're on their way out, maybe he's kind of the tail of the group, and will just kind of turn to to everybody in the tavern and just be like, "Thank you one and thank you all for listening to Late Silverstring," and just kind of do a really respectful bow.
They clap, and some of them bow back, thoroughly entertained.
As he does a bow, Locris is going to use prestidigitation to make it smell like you farted.
A few curled noses as you leave the bar there, Blade. So as you guys
You'll remember.
as you guys make your way outside, there is a small, armored procession of just halflings, and four of these more burly, kind of stockier types seem to be carrying, a mobile tent of sorts. And as they stop and take a knee, a small ladder, is taken down, and a very old halfling, donned in the colors of Yondala, lots of greens and earthy browns, elderly. She's got a lot of gemstones on her hands and a circlet upon her head. But she's got like an aura around her that you can sense. You almost feel warm just being in her presence. And she comes over to the party and smiles graciously, looks at you all, says, "Thank you from the bottom of our heart. You have done our city a great service, and you are to be recognized as heroes for such. Please, at your earliest convenience, deliver this to the temple of Yondala. There are some things kept safe for you there." She hands you, I assume, probably Renwick, I guess, since you're the captain. She hands you a parchment that's very clean, very white paper that's rolled up with a neat ribbon and tied in its center. And she bows to you, and as she does, so does every member of her order. All the knights and clerics around all bow to you as she lowers her head. And she says, "Please accept our invitation at your earliest convenience. No hurry, no rush." And then she goes to take her leave. She slowly climbs back in this, mobile quarters of hers as several knights take each corner and heft her back up, and you watch this squadron kind of stomp off in the direction of like the temple districts. Renwick, as you kind of open this little note, it looks like almost something you would get at like a clerk's desk or something. Like it's a bunch of information on something in like a lockbox that's for you. It's got a small like inventory list. It comes out to a small chest of gems, an old relic, and a bit of coin as well.
Well, boys, it looks like we are getting an unexpected payday. And he'll kind of just roll it up and tuck it into his coat. And I imagine like he's a little like red in the face. He's got a bit of a buzz. And he's just like, I have to say, after all we've been through, I'm feeling pretty fucking good. I mean, we're finally getting some recognition. The town fucking loves us. We're gonna be knights for 2 different orders somehow. What does that mean? There's probably a word for that. I mean, Blade here played his first show in fucking ages, and I mean, it was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite the reward there. I mean, maybe we go shopping and then go pick that up and then get a night's rest and off to an island of fire giants to try and save a borderline mythical druid from a prison that is a gem strung around the neck of a general. That is our life now.
Well, I was trying to look at the upside of things before we have to get into that tomorrow, but like, way to be a downer. And he'll just kind of like kick the dirt and start walking.
Not a downer, I'm just a realist. Oh, sorry for trying to bring the mood down. Play, that was a fantastic performance. People will be telling stories of that performance for the years to come in this city.
Oh, well, thank you. It was a decent performance. I had a little bit of help, and they'll kind of wink at the party for giving him a bit of guidance and luck.
Where did the party want to head to? Did you want to go straight to the Temple of Yondala? Did you guys want to hit the markets? What was the plan? You're still looking at like late afternoon, so there's daylight to burn.
Let's go to the temple, see what we get, so that we don't have to get gift receipts and make any returns later.
Now you are thinking with your head.
The big one this time, so we're good to go.
That's my problem.
Renwick tries to shake the vision of Locris naked out of his head.
Does he
Logis is
try?
one. Logis is 100% accepting looking at Locris naked.
You're not the only one with a tentacle.
Oh, but I've got 5.
So where's my donkey?
Oh shit! Forgot about the
would
donkey.
you like to fetch your donkey? You guys technically haven't left yet. You know? Or would you like to fetch your donkey before you leave, or leave him stabled?
Are you gonna take the donkey in the portal with us?
Yeah, let's grab the donkey.
Well, he's a member of the family. Come on, Logis. He's just as as much a member as Tony Hawk.
We're
Yeah.
going. I mean, I'm not responsible for this animal. Not another one.
And who knows, maybe we'll come across a dragon, and I heard donkeys are really good with dragons.
You know, I heard that once too.
So, as you fetch the donkey, one of the inn's finest blankets has been draped over it. Out of respect for you and your deeds and your fine performance. Also, a wee green wreath draped over the donkey, and you have your donkey in tow there, Blade.
Looks like he's been well cared for. We got to think of a name for him. Maybe we can think of something on the way.
Okay, so as you guys make your way to the Yondala's temple, the Temple of Yondala, the districts are kind of been done away with. As you see, hour by hour, a lot of progression has been made, and it seems to be like a lot of people are tearing down the walls. There's quite a bit of disassembling and relocating resources. There's people walking to and fro, carrying large boards or nails or sometimes tools. And you kind of see like a bustling construction project kind of going down citywide as these walls are disassembled. You make your way to Yondala's temple, and within it is kind of a symbol temple similar to that of Pelor. Benches look outward up onto an altar. The altar, there's a giant tapestry rather than a stained glass window in Pelor's temple, a large tapestry of Yondala's, a bountiful feast, and that is kind of Yondala's holy symbol. And as you guys approach, several of these clergy are at the altar. It looks like they are speaking out, maybe giving a small ceremony. There are a few dozen people in the church. But as you guys approach, they kind of hush their what they were currently doing, talking about, and turn to you with a smile and a bow. They open their hands. You notice immediately everyone in this church is halfling, but they all do bow and show their respects. And what can we do for you, sir?
Well, myself and my crew here we received a parchment. We were told to come here to see you. As well as I believe we're going to ask you to teleport us to our next destination. And he'll kind of pull the parchment out and gesture back toward the crew and be like, "My name is Sir Captain Renwick Turner." Still a little flush in the face, kind of riding that buzz.
He takes the parchment from you briefly and looks it over, hands it to one of the accolades with a whisper, and they run off. Kind of looks back to you. Well, teleportation is not my forte. The priestess will we'll have to speak to you about that. However, you're welcome to sit and wait for your items, and the priestess herself should be down shortly. So, please, and as he kind of gestures to a few benches, it doesn't take long for an accolade to return with an armful of goods. And he sets them down and presents them to you, Renwick, one at a time. The first is a large leather satchel full of coins. He proclaims, once we searched the rubble of the fallen manor, Baracus's family manor, they were quite wealthy, and we recovered a portion of coin there that we figured it would be only right to pay forward, as adventuring and whatnot is not a cheap endeavor. And he hands you a leather parcel with a worth has 1,000 gold coins in it. The next thing he presents to you is a chest. It is like a small wooden chest, just big enough to be carried two-handed. It looks of like heavy-duty make, like thick woods and really well-made and well-wrought iron. And as he presents it to you, he says, "This, some of the more of the valuables recovered from the mansion. We figured a portion should go to those who aided us first in this endeavor." And he presents you with a chest full of gems worth approximately 1,500 gold pieces. And after that, he picks up a folded piece of clothing. It is looks to be shifting in color in his hands. It's multicolored all at once, just kind of not ever the same. Almost looking at like oil upon water. It's just kind of shifting in colors. And he hands it to you. He says, "Unsure if any of you may use this relic, but it may come in handy on your travels." And he hands you this what appears to be a cloak.
I imagine Renwick unfolds the cloak and tries to hold it up, but he's so short it's kind of touching the ground. And he'll turn around and kind of pass it toward the group, and then turn back around and be like, Do you happen to know what makes it so special?"
He says, for those who carry a bit of a spark of magic, it shifts color and texture to kind of blend with the terrain around you, but it is mostly a mystery to me. You may have to ask the head priestess. She would know more of this relic's power. I am told it is this relic's name is Nature's Mantle.
Well, thank you kindly. That is more than generous of your order.
Logus is gonna hear nature and is gonna see them. Does he feel like any like affinity to it, like anything coming off of it? Maybe get a sense of what it does.
Give me an investigation check, or a knowledge arcana, whichever you prefer.
Both of those will be a straight roll. That is an 8.
Far as you know, it's definitely a real pretty fine cloak. It's got the shifting colors and then this like gold trim that seems to stay constant. But as you kind of peer at it and get close, gotta reach out to feel the material. When you touch the material, the entire cloak turns like to a single shade of green and stays that way for the entire time your fingers are touching the cloak.
Does it do different things with each person that touches it?
So far, nothing with Renwick, and then just you.
If y'all don't mind, can I hold on to this? Just maybe I can figure out what it does.
Well, I think the rest of us are all cloaked up, so you're the only one kind of standing over there trying to be different.
Okay. I'll put the cloak on and see if anything changes.
So as you put this cloak on, let's see here. As you put the cloak on, yeah, it kind of it shimmers in the light. It turns to a deep green while you're wearing it, and it slowly kind of chameleons from a deep green to kind of blur and blend into the background a little bit. Yeah, you're not 100% sure, but it kind of sort of camouflages you a little better. But as for what it does, you'd have to attune yourself to it or identify it.
Okay. I'll put it on and when we get some downtime, I'll do that. Is it in D&D Beyond or is this a homebrew?
Nature's Mantle should be in D&D Beyond. If it's in Tasha's, so if you have the Tasha's expansion or whatever.
For sure, guy. I'll look into it.
Yeah, with that, the kind of temple kind of goes back to doing what they're doing, is just kind of hymns and a bit of light praying, but as their a bit of bells ring and incense burns, eventually the high priestess does come down from a set of stairs off in the corner, and she comes down to. As soon as she sees you, she smiles. She walks forward, and she's greetings. I assume you've been rewarded handsomely. Is Have you decided to accept our request? Would you like to be inducted to the Knights of Borsland, guardians of the realm, essentially?
Well, we'd be more than happy to discuss it, of course. We'd just be a bit curious to hear more information about it, but we do very much appreciate the recognitions.
Yes, I mean, no offense, but there's not like a height requirement, is there?
She kind of giggles, says you guys are definitely towering above everybody in the room. No, there is not. It is not very formal, nor does it require much. It will simply deem you all as protectors of the realm and add you to the ranks of a few honored individuals. We will record this, of course, both in our ledgers, and she kind of gestures over to a wall. And one of the walls, it's definitely made of stone, all brick, but there are many, many like brass plaques upon one wall in this church, and many of those brass plaques carry names. And she kind of says, protectors of the realm, essentially. Nothing too grandeur, but you will have a bit more access to the city. Nothing over the top, but you're essentially will have the same official weight, if you will, as the city guard. You would be recognized as a protector of the realm, and we will also give you access to a few of our military facilities should you need a bit of training or some equipment. But in the end, it is not just the clerics of Yandala. It is many clerics of Pelor, knights of all the realms, of all many races. They come together, and it is, a ceremony inducting you guys to be protectors of Borsland, as you have shown to be great allies.
I imagine Renwick will lean in so that the party can't hear him, and he'll just be like, and, is there any way, do you think that, and he'll kind of like point at the symbol on the cloak, or like the fancy formal wear that they got that has the Sands of Justice. Do you think that like I could get a symbol of your order on the inside of my coat so I can kind of flash it at people as a kind of to show my authority? Is that, oh, that just sounds fun.
Oh, that is a great idea. We'll have to look into this. For now, you just know that your name will carry weight as a purveyor of justice. We'll look into the official symbols for the time being. She kind of gestures to some an accolade who brings her a very, very fancy jeweled blade. And she looks to you as this jeweled blade kind of sits on a pillow in this guy's hand. She looks to you and your party and says, well, would you be knighted or not? And she smiles.
Can I insight check? I feel like Glader's kind of like sitting back, watching all this, and like listening behind Renwick.
We're in
Yeah.
a fucking church. I feel like Renwick immediately dropped to his knees. You're just mean mugging.
I'm just being careful. I don't want to get for a third time. We had Teddy. We had the fucking council that was actually vampires. Third time's the charm. We might go down if we get tricked again.
Yeah, no, he has a point.
Yeah, go ahead, give me an insight check.
Well, I'm a gullible little fuck. That's a 5 for insight.
Gladier, you don't like it, you don't trust it, you don't even know very much about Yondala, the goddess of halflings. You think everything is a little fucking off, something is shady here. And there is a lot of fucking silver here. Every weapon in this room, silver. Except for yours and your parties.
Interesting. But I also rolled a 5. So
I was gonna say Blade's probably doing the same thing if he could do an insight check.
Oh, absolutely. Insight away.
Gladier's about to be the guy that starts a conspiracy theory against the Church of Yandala.
what did I write? Crap. My curse changed right when I had. Can't remember what happened to it though.
19. Okay, so yeah, your curse did change, Gladier. You accepted a vulnerability to silver permanently for immunity to radiant damage.
That's right.
Permanently.
I knew.
Blade, with a 19, you do notice that like everyone in the room not directly involved with the high priestess, though they're kind of doing hymns and things and trying to carry on. Everyone's side-eyeing you. Like everybody seems to like want to get a look at you, but they're trying to be really polite about it. And this lady seems to kind of be soaking that up. She really enjoys interacting with somebody who is popular. You get that sense, but also doing. You get a sense of wholesomeness from her. This is the in her church, in her direct immediate presence. There's just like everything's like a little warmer, everything's a little brighter. She definitely gives off a good aura.
Gotcha. So I guess Blade would kind of maybe touch his ring to kind of speak with Renwick and kind of telepathically and just say, I think there's something up here. I don't really sense a lot of danger from these folks, but there's something suspicious going on. A lot of eyes looking at us.
Can I tell if Blade's using the ring? Is he making the face, the constipated face?
I don't know. Blade, well, with a passive perception of 20, I'd say, Blade, give me a roll of, we'll call it sleight of hand.
Maybe I just don't have a constipated face. Maybe I have like a different tell. Like it's just like I'm licking my thumbs or. So I'm sorry, what was the roll?
Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand. Logos, you notice that while not making like a constipated like look off into like concentrating hard talking to somebody in your head, he does have like kind of an absent-minded stare, and he's like fiddling the ring. He's like spinning the ring on his finger as he kind of stares off into space.
Logus is gonna touch his ring and talk to Blade here. Hey, is Blade talking to you? He's talking to somebody. We really got to get better at using these things.
No, Blade's not talking to me. He's probably talking to the captain if I had to take a guess. There's a lot of silver in here. Kind of making my eyes hurt.
Oh yeah, I forgot you had a thing for silver. Is there anything silver like around me, like a silver spoon or something?
Oh yeah, almost all of the goods in this room, the candle holders, the cups, all of the weapons on the knights, all gilded in silver. A lot of their armor too.
I want to grab like something small and hey, Blade here, think fast. Throw something silver at him.
Okay, go ahead and you can make an attack roll with like a silver coin or something. Or do you want to like try to grab like a mace off of somebody's belt and then throw it at him?
Nah, so like what would be the attack where I just use like my bow thing, like plus
Oh, I mean,
or just dexterity?
if you're trying to kill him, you could use your bow, sure. But no, I'd say if you're just gonna throw it, add your dex mod to a d20.
That's a natural one. But like I totally botch and hit a random priest or something.
You throw the coin and it misses Gladier wildly, and then really loudly off in the corner, like echoes in the chamber. Ting 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 ting. Everybody kind of looks over in the corner and then looks back at you, like, what the fuck?
I'll try to play it off like who the fuck did that? Like,
Blader just smacks Logus in the back of the head. Sorry about that. You were saying, priestess?
I believe Blade and Renwick were communicating. What did you guys have to say?
Oh, I don't actually use my ring. When he was trying to communicate that to me, I was already kneeling down, like accepting the knighthood, and I'm just not gonna use my ring. And does she immediately knight me? Because if so, then I'll turn around and do something.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you take a knee in her presence, she takes this jeweled blade and taps either side of your shoulder. Arise, Sir Renwick Turner. champion and defender of the realm, Knight of Borsland. Count that amongst your titles. And she smiles to you, hands the sword back to the guy, and then embraces you, gives you a hug, pulls you in, and kind of looks to your party. Any of the rest of you?
Can I do an insight while she was knighting? Does it seem genuine? Like, does she seem like genuinely proud of us for doing this, or is this she kind of like half-hearting it?
Give me an insight check.
That's
And as
17 plus 7, 24.
and as Renwick gets knighted, he'll turn around and start walking back toward the party, and he'll kind of look at Gladir and just kind of shake his head and be like, "Come on, man, we're in it." Or sorry, it was Blade that hit him with the ring. He'll look at Blade and be like, "Come on, man, we're in a church. I mean, they want to knight us, they want to sponsor us, but good on you for keeping an eye out." And he'll kind of move past the party to let them go.
All right. Logos with a 24. You get. It's a complicated mix. Now, Yandala's a good god, so her followers would be naturally tending to do good deeds, but also there, you could tell that the churches here, while they're not like the ruling council, they definitely hold a bit of sway politically, and pandering to the new heroes of the realm is kind of not only good for you guys getting your reward, but it also kind of helps bolster her followers and things. Makes them look like they're coming from a better light, I guess, a good light, as it wasn't necessarily. The vampires are not, sworn enemies of the goddess Yandala like they are Pelor. So, but it felt only right to like it's almost like a political move and a reward type of situation. So you're getting kind of mixed vibes, but she doesn't seem to be evil or anything.
But it does seem like just a tad disingenuous.
It seems like it could be a political power move to kind of get the new celebrities to come visit her temple. Yeah.
Locris will step forward and kneel down.
She knights you and rise, sir. And she kind of questions your name.
We can just go with Locris.
Sir Locris, indeed. And she, you notice a scribe in the corner taking this down in a ledger, likely to put it up against the wall at a later point in time. But as she knights you, and you kind of step away, she looks on to the rest of the party.
Logos will tap the ring and tell Gladir, they're doing this for basically clout to bring followers to this church. So I think that's kind of the weird vibe.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no harm in doing it. It's just a title.
All right, Logos will go up, kneel down next.
She bounces the sword briefly on each of your soldiers, and asks you to rise. And Sir Logos, she'd answer. She would essentially ask all of your names, as Renwick was the only one who proclaimed his own name, introduced himself to her.
Logos will kind of bow and walk back to the group.
Yeah, I guess Glader would go up next to kneel down, and he's still probably like face to face with her even when he's kneeling, but
She has to kind of reach a little bit, but yeah, she does dub you and ask you to rise. Rise, Sir Gladir. Looks on down to Blade, I think.
So, do I still have my donkey?
Yeah, if you would have wanted to bring your donkey into the church, I suppose you could have. There would probably be some protesting.
Perfect. So Blade will kind of approach as well, kind of in tow, bringing the donkey with him as well, and he'll be like, you know, you guys seem like all right people, but how do you think about doing a service to my donkey as well, and maybe knighting him? He says, we've this guy's been kind of holding down the fort. He's kind of the unsung hero, and I wouldn't feel right being knighted without him.
Renwick pokes his head back and says, "There's never been a finer ass."
She ponders for a moment, says, but of course, what is a knight without a valiant steed?" And she kind of smiles.
So Blade will bend kind of down to be knighted and just say, my name is Blade Silverstring, and this is Gibraltar.
She dubs you and then rise, Sir Blade Silverstring. And she walks over to your donkey and actually utters a few words, incantation. And it seems the donkey just kind of snaps to, looks at her a bit oddly, and your donkey takes a knee as well, and she dubs him on either side before scratching behind the ears. And she makes a hand gesture to a couple of acolytes who run off quickly into a back room and return with a bit of tack, some actual proper gear for your donkey. And even though you are in the middle of Yandala's temple, they do bring you, a good quality saddle and baggage and things for utilizing a donkey proper.
Blade is very thankful in his presence and just says, "Thank you so much. It's an honor. Gibraltar and I will remember this."
I imagine Logus looks at Tony Hawk and I didn't know we were knighting our animals as well. I thought Tony's a little left out now.
As you guys are kind of in this knighting ceremony, you notice once again a familiar face. Brother Agnew has kind of came to the temple and has escorted by a couple knights of Pelor. They do their standard bow, very cordial greetings with some of the knights and clerics of Yandala, but they seem to be waiting in the rear of the church, as if waiting for the ceremony to conclude before they can speak to you.
I think Glader would kind of slowly back up and walk over towards Agnew.
So as you approach Agnew, he definitely kind of waits for you to approach, and then he whispers slightly. I don't suppose you and your party have a moment for. Essentially, we have a bit of a problem with the ruling families. Perhaps you could settle a dispute for us in the Temple of Pelor. Doesn't have to be right away, but there is a bit of a upset crowd at the moment.
Oh, I mean, I suppose we could help in any way we can. Not sure how qualified we are to assist on political matters, but we'll do our best if we can be of any assistance. What's exactly going on?
it is best discussed, perhaps in the Temple of Pelor. Please, when you can, bring your party.
Yeah, sure thing. We'll be over there as soon as we can.
Thank you. And he and his knights bow cordially and leave.
I think Glader's gonna pull his ring back out, or twist the ring on his finger, and reach out to Renwick. The hey friend, apparently there's a problem with the ruling families, the ruling members of the family, or something or another. Agnew asked us if we could help him out a bit over at the Temple of Palor. So I'm not sure if we want to hit the markets real quick and then go over there, or do which first. I don't know, but maybe we can stop on the way and just stock up in case for something goes down.
And Renwick will kind of tighten up his coat and step forward and be like, my lady, I appreciate your kindness, and I do have to excuse myself and my party here. We have urgent matters to attend to, duty calls and whatnot. Protectors of the realm, right? Yeah, and they'll just kind of like finger guns toward people and start trying to usher everybody toward Gladiator so that we can leave.
Prior to leaving, Locris would approach the priestess. Quick question: are you able to identify magical items?
Of course. What can I do for you?
I found this red jewel amongst our ventures, and I just can't pin down what exactly it does.
She'll happily take the jewel from you and give it a bit of an inspection. You notice her eyes kind of roll back white, and after a time, she holds it in her palm and hands it back to you. She says, yes, it's the gem itself is rather valuable. It is a fire opal. It is worth roughly 1,000 gold pieces in and of itself. However, it seems that it has also been imbued with a one-time use arcane infusion of the Zone of Truth to allow a one-time casting of said spell.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
She smiles and bows.
So before we're leaving, and I see Gladiator talking, and then him kind of doing the face at Renwick, Logis will turn to Locris, and oh man, something's about to happen. Gladiator's making the face after he talked to those people. We're about to have another mission or something.
Good. Standing around starts to suck.
And then when Renwick comes or Gladiator comes and tells us something's happening, I'll try to look like fake surprise.
Okay, yeah. So as what does the party do from here? You gonna go straight to the Temple of Pelor?
Where's it?
Do we have to pass by some the market on the
No,
way
we have,
there? Or is it
we have to backtrack a little bit, but I mean, it's not gonna take long because all the walls are torn down. We're not sitting in line for an hour anymore.
Well, I mean, I don't particularly have any urgent shopping. It was more for, pleasure. In case I see something nice I want to buy myself. So if they've got an urgent matter, perhaps we should go to the church first, or the temple.
I mean, he did say it doesn't have to be right now. But we don't know what we're walking into. I feel like if we should probably shop while we can. And, we might get whisked off to another part of the island, and we won't have a chance to.
Yeah, every time we feel like we're gonna have time, we end up not having time.
Well, you don't have to sell me. I'm down for shopping. And he'll grab Blade, like arm in arm, and just start skipping toward the market.
Okay, yeah. So the party and a donkey all make their way. A well-dressed donkey at this point, fine garment or fine linen from the hotel or the inn, and then decked out a little bit from the priestesses. Blade's donkey's looking good. And as you guys make your way towards the market district, once again, everywhere you go, you seem to be greeted with huzzahs and cheers, and people want to shake your hand and thank you, and you notice a lot of people watching you everywhere you go. Is there something particular you guys are looking for in the market?
Following Sir Gibraltar and Blade, Logus wants to try to find a nice little outfit for Tony if he can.
An outfit for a hawk. Okay, I mean, you'll have to get that special tailored probably, but a fantastic tailor here in town.
Oh, the fancy tailor.
Gonna
Yeah,
look at you like you're crazy.
I'll go there and excuse me. I would like to have a custom suit, or dress, whatever. Tony, what are you thinking? I can't speak with animals on Tony. Would you like a little adventurous outfit like mine, or a suit or a dress? What are you thinking?
What she clearly states to you, like, what's wrong with feathers?
Nothing. If you're fine the way you are, I just, don't want you to feel left out with the donkey getting a nice little outfit.
Get her a hat. A tiny little hat.
Oh,
Agreed.
I'll put Blade Ears suggest. I don't know if you can understand them, but how about a tiny little hat? Would you like a little top hat or something? Or?
It does not look like she's into any clothing, but she briefly considers maybe a collar, but she's out on the top hat or anything that'll ruffle her feathers.
Okay, look, Tony, I understand. I'm gonna buy you a little cowboy hat, and you only have to wear it for a little while. Deal? And I'll get you like a nice little collar necklace because you're a free bird. You could leave if you want. You're not, shackled down. But I'm gonna buy you a little cowboy hat and a nice little collar necklace. Sound good? Deal? And I'll give you a lot of meat and scritches.
You have her sold at the meat and scritches. She agrees.
Okay, so I'll go to the tailor and have a nice little hat made for her. And and the nice little like a collar like she asked for, but make it like nice little necklace looking collar.
So how nice? Like silvery, sparkly, shined up, or like gem encrusted nice?
I want it as nice. I want her to look as nice as Blade's donkey, if not a little better. So however quality his saddle is, I want at least that.
Okay, you're looking at like probably 30 gold pieces total.
Oh, easy. I'll hand that over for the little hat and necklace.
Yeah, and before your very eyes, LaBouffe kind of waves her wand and summons a bunch of material together and making it the perfect fit right before your eyes.
And I'll keep my end of the deal and give her some meat for my rations and some pets. And oh, you're just the prettiest little hawk in all the land. Oh, you're so pretty. And that's it for me and Tony for now.
I also have spent I put on the Amulet of Devout, and I'm attuning to that, and unattuning to the Girdle of Scales. Just for your information, DM.
Okay, sounds good. Getting back into some gear.
And I'm just kind of just looking for um, just potions, I guess, in general. Whether it be like health potions or if there's any fancy magical potions of other kinds. Just kind of glancing around, walking through the stalls and the marketplaces, seeing if I see anything of interest.
Okay, give me an investigation check because you're kind of cruising through the market.
God, I'm rolling the dog shit. It's a 12.
As far as potions go, you managed to find a handful of standard and a single greater available for sale at a stall that is, oddly enough, dedicated to the goods and services provided by the Temple of Yondala. But currently available 5 standard healing potions, 1 greater. Standards will be 50, greater will be 250.
Yeah. So walk up to him, just be like, hi there, friend. We just got done. Sure, if you heard, helping out the town here, and we actually just left the Temple of Yandala. Just got knighted as protectors of the realm, keeping Boar's land safe, and I was interested in purchasing some potions here to help aid us in that battle. So I was anything you can do to maybe some sort of a friendly discount to help us adventures, keep you all safe.
Oh, freshly knighted and in the Temple of Yandala, too. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, Glader.
Alright. Feel kind of shitty doing this, but 250 is a lot of gold. God damn it. Serves me right. That's a natural 1.
Charges you.
Yeah, right.
She kind of, she seems chipper at first, and then notices the amulet of the devout is representing Hor and possibly Pelor, and not Yondala. She kind of backs away and thinks twice. Well, I mean, in times of need and all, heroes need potions, I'm sure, but what about the average folk? Itchy throats and coughs, scraped knees. Those got to get the magical touch as well. So I feel like anything the church has to bestow upon you, you should probably talk to the priestess, the head priestess, about. She is very generous. But as for here, most of our proceeds go to charity. I really can't give you a discount.
All right, that's fair enough. Yeah, I'll take a greater healing potion and then 3 of your standard healing potions.
Excellent.
So
She's happy to make the transaction with you. So, what does that come out to? 300.
I think you said 250 for the greater.
Oh, yep. 250 for the greater, and then 50. Okay, so yep, I'll be 400.
I mean, I'll give you 300 if that's what you're asking.
No, my math is a little off. I'm fine tuning it as we go.
All right, yeah, I hand over the gold, no problem.
Can't believe Gladio is trying to shortchange the charities.
I didn't know it was for charity.
I thought you were an honorable man.
Me too.
Disappointed.
I'm gonna steal Tony's hat when you're sleeping.
Joke's on you. The hat doesn't come off.
You're fucking
It's
glue it
stitched
the
to her
head.
head.
It's got that little strap that goes under her head because it would fall off while she's flying, obviously.
All right, but yeah, that's all Glader was looking for. Just some potions.
Okay, so as Gladier stops and picks up some potions, is there anything you guys are looking for?
I
Blade,
guess what? Oh, go ahead.
sorry. So Blade's kind of looking for kind of a not obscure, but just a different item. He's kind of keeping his eyes open for like a brazier looking around to see if there's anything maybe like portable, like a portable brazier, something for maybe for Archie to that something that might be helpful for him if I were to maybe resummon him.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Dirty 20.
With a dirty 20, you kind of look around. You find a variety of braziers available: copper, silver, gold ones, some big, some small. As you're looking about at these different braziers, something sticks out. Something catches your eye, Blade. A concertina. It is held on a marble platform, and it is encased in glass at one of these merchants' stalls, and it is just absolutely pristine, beautiful musical instrument, just kind of hovering on this platform.
Blade will definitely make his way to that.
Okay, so yeah, it's just a standard, halfling running a stall. Nothing, nothing too out of the ordinary. It looks like a pawn shop, but this one item seems to be put out on a pedestal in the middle of his stall, and it's like breathtaking to look at. It's a truly a beautifully crafted item.
So Blade will just kind of look at the item and look at the halfling and just be like, "My name is Blade Silverspring. What is that you've got there? It seems to have caught my attention."
Oh, this a wondrous, rare item. Greatest of bards used it for a time, imbued it with some potent and powerful magics of the musical type. But alas, the price tag chases most away. But if you're an interested buyer, he kind of looks you up and down, kind of gauging if you're wealthy or not. We could talk business.
Blade will kind of look to his party, off to the side and look back at him. Just be like, "Well, I've got the gold, and we're a bit of a prestigious group here. I don't want to boast, but yeah. What are you looking at for a price?"
10,000 gold pieces.
Oh, yes, that is a lot. Can I do a insight check on this guy?
Yeah. What are you looking out for?
Just to make sure he's not like selling me like kind of like a bogus instrument. Really.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
$15.
So with a 15, you kind of give him the eye as he's going about, and merchants kind of stick to their code. You're sure he's going to make a pretty good profit on this item, but as far as you could tell, he seems honest enough, and the item encased in glass is a beautiful masterwork piece of art here.
Hmm. Let's just see. Well, perhaps I can maybe, for a group of heroes and celebrities, I mean, I'm sure you've heard what we've done for the town. Maybe you can put that price down for me a little bit.
Give me a persuasion check. We'll say with advantage.
$31.
Fucking 31? Okay, well, yeah. He kind of looks around and makes a scene. Of course I can't do that price. What are you talking about? And as he kind of leans in, he whispers under his breath to you. All right, I mean, I can't do less than 7. I'll take 7.
It's tempting. 7, and that's a pretty reasonable offer. But, we've still got contracts to take, and, I'm still kind of waiting for that money a little bit. How about 5?
He says, he kind of reels back. Well, like I said, the price tag seems to chase everybody away. I'd be giving it to you for 5. I'd be giving it to you for no profit. I gotta make a couple grand on this thing. Yeah, I'll do 6,500.
Now, what exactly makes this instrument so special?
Well, this concertina was once belonged to a great bard of great legend and other things. I don't know. I just know that this is a wondrous and rare item, and that its arcane abilities both elude and confuse me, and I was told it was very valuable, had it appraised by a wizard. Cost me a good bit of coin to get it here, but alas, I'm at a loss.
We're all together, right? Like we've been shopping together.
Yeah, you're all in the general vicinity of one another,
All right. As I'm hearing this back and forth, Renwick's gonna turn around and be like, "So you're telling me that you're trying to get my friend here to pay top dollar for an item that you think is magical, but you're not entirely sure, and even if it was, you don't know what it does. What say we throw in a moonstone and we'll pay 6,000 gold, and we call it even?"
He kind of he looks uncomfortable for a moment and thinks about it and says, look, I can't do it. 65 is as low as I could go, but if you're worried about it being magical or not, he slowly reaches over and lifts up the glass off of it. And as it does so, the concertina begins to play itself, and a pleasant melody soon fills the immediate area. The music is pleasant for a brief time, and he settles the glass case over the concertina once again, and the concertina stops playing, but as it does so, a bit of a crackle, a sparkle of arcane energy kind of ripple around it briefly. It is definitely powerful magic. Just because I don't know what it is or how to use it doesn't mean I can't get paid for it, no? He kind of winks over at Renwick.
I can respect that. Blade, if you need a spotter, I could probably help you out. And he'll reach into the bag of holding and he'll pull out one of the onyx halberds. They were like, this right here is probably worth a fair amount of gold. And he'll set it down to see if the guy's interested. These are the halberds that we took from the vampiric guard.
You notice that after he kind of lifts them up and down, he says, "Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a fair price for them, but it will have to be a separate transaction."
Well, that's understandable. And he'll turn around and look at Blade, see what he wants to do.
Blade is kind of a sucker for just wanting to look as good as he can for his audience, and he'll say to Renwick, "If I could use a little bit of a spot here, but I promise I'll get it back to you."
Oh, yeah. I mean, after last night's performance, I think you could make that back in a couple nights easy. Don't worry about it. Just let me know how much you need.
About 1,000.
Well, 1,000's all yours. And he'll loan you.
So Blade will look back at the merchant and be like, "Well, I guess you got me," and hand the coin forward.
Oh, nice. He happily takes the coin and removes the glass from the concertina and, hands it to you with a bit of a solemn nod and a bow. "You won't be disappointed, sir."
Blade's just kind of thinking in his head, "God, Archie's going to be pissed. I can't even afford a brazier."
All right. So, anybody else looking for anything in particular?
Is there like a general
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Is there like a general magic store? Maybe try to luck into something nice.
There is not. There's just like a conglomeration of buildings that hold. It's almost like a flea market type of situation, where most of the market is. But I believe you're probably currently going to fetch a hat and a fancy collar from the tailor at the moment. Let's
Well,
see, Renwick or wait, Locris. Have you tried to get anything either?
I have not yet. Everybody else was jumping in.
No worries, no worries. I'm just trying to time it out, give everybody a shot at a few items here. So Renwick, Locris, what are you looking for?
Locris would have been looking for healing potions because he burned all of his. Oh no, already replaced them. Oh, never mind. Then he would be looking for a like learn how to fight or start working out for dummies type book.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Or he'd be looking for a blacksmith armor deals with magic weapons. $15.
With a 15, you do stumble across, a magic like a weapon stall. Looks like some of them are fine-tuned weaponry, but essentially, you find a plethora of weapons that have a bit of arcane crackle about them. Each of them of varying sorts. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? It seems like at least one solid rack full of weapons, and we're looking at probably a +1 martial weapons. Yeah, there's probably 10 or 12 of them.
Well, I don't know if you looked at that DM yet about the dagger.
Yeah, I did kind of peek at that. So, let's see. Oops, wrong one. Let's see. So, um, uh, Doesn't change form, right? Yeah, so
Yeah, it's not that I wanted to like take a dagger and all of a sudden now it's a great axe, two-handed, and does all this. Just a morning star that does more than a +1 because my packed weapon is automatically a +1, so it's just consistently useless. Otherwise, he'd be looking for like a morning star that does something beyond a +1 because he already has that.
I would say that, yeah, if you make the dagger of venom your packed weapon, then your Morningstar can totally take the attributes of the dagger of venom.
Okay, then I don't need a magic weapon. But I would try to sell the black dagger.
Oh, okay, yeah. What? Let's see here.
You know, it helped save my life when I battled a green dragon. And without it, I may not be here. However, as much as it pains, you know, I need to pay for my sister's surgery, so
Okay,
wow.
give me a deception check.
Even my practice rolls have been absolute garbage, so let's see how this goes. Nope.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'd be happy to give you what the dagger is worth, which I believe 750 gold pieces.
Sounds like a deal.
Perfect. All right then. And Renwick, anything in particular you're looking for?
Oh, just the book.
Oh, okay. Which 15? You do find a bookstore. Let's see here. I'm gonna make a roll real quick. Unfortunately, nothing in the manuals type of situation. More of ballads, poetry, novels, things like that. Lots of religious books in this neck of the woods.
I'm good on that front.
Okay, and Renwick?
Renwick wants to see if we can fetch a decent price for the vampiric armor and the 6 onyx halberds that we have. And he's also on the lookout for potentially like a nice hand crossbow, maybe something that does a little extra or might be an upgraded version of what he's got going on. And always on the lookout for anything eye catching in case there's something strange and weird or
Okay.
like a gadget doodad type thing.
Okay, give me an investigation check. Logos.
That is a 6.
You also, you can give me an investigation check for something around the market as well, since you kind of went and specialized. I don't want you to miss out on getting some magic gear or anything. Renwick with a 6. It's looking a little rough for you. You find a lot of weird trinkets, but they're kind of like cultural superstitious things. Like there's a chicken in a cage at the end of a stick at this like weird kind of like voodoo mart. You see kind of like some shrunken heads, some what you can assume to be our voodoo dolls, various herbs and gadgets and things, but you don't find much in the way of anything that strikes your eye fancy enough to purchase. However, the halberds are an easy sell. You can pick up 80 gold each for those, and the suit of armor is a top-notch one. It will fetch a couple of thousand gold, actually.
Focus is
He's
all about that shrunken head.
Yeah, you can buy a shrunken head. Go ahead. And it's gonna be 5 gold pieces.
Done.
Can Renwick try to, like, I guess, bargain to get a higher price for the onyx halberds and the vampiric armor?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Yeah. Fuck me. I rolled a 3, but that's a 9.
Sorry, standard pricing.
God damn it. I had a whole bit prepared and everything. Yeah, so you said 80 gold per halberd. And how much was the armor worth?
2,000.
2,000. All right, yeah. We'll offload those. And I rolled dick, so I'm not finding anything that I need to sell. So I think I'm all set. Actually, if I could, does he still have more greater potions of healing, or potions of greater healing?
Gladier bought them out. There is a couple standard healing potions still.
Nah, it's all right. I'll settle on that then.
Okay. Logos, did you want to look for anything particular other than some fancy gear for your Tony Hawk?
No, not particular. I guess I'll try to get a couple healing potions if I can for my tanks out there or in an emergency situation.
Yeah, there's still a couple of standard healing potions available. You can two healing potions for 100 gold.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm not even going to try to lower that because my persuasion is shit.
Okay, cool. It's for the charity anyway, so.
Anything to help the children.
All right. So that being
Quick
said,
question: these are just
Yeah.
standard?
yes, just standard. Okay, so as the afternoon kind of turns into more of an evening setting, as you guys kind of go about shopping, where would the party want to go from here?
I guess we should get to the temple and find out what the hell they need us for.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. We've kind of dawdled a little bit shopping. So I guess we head over to the Palor Temple and figure out what the hell is going on.
All right, so you guys kind of make your way back to the Temple of Pelor. More constructions going on, deconstruction rather. You see people hauling off bits of wood to be repurposed by cart, by hand, any means necessary. As you kind of get to the Pelor's Temple, you enter and you find it's almost like a courtroom procedure kind of happening. Standing in front of the altar is Brother Agnew. To his left and right are a couple of accolades, all of them dressed in their standard, immaculate white robe type of situation. But there are a small crowd of people up in the front, several pews on either side of the aisle. And there seems to be general discontent and grumbling. Lots of conversations going on at the same time. They all seem to be heated. But as you guys enter, once again, Brother Agnew's face beams and he extends both hands out to you. Ah, finally! Guests of honor, you grace us with your presence. Please, please, come. Up front and center. As you guys...
While we're walking in, can I ear. Um, can I try to like listen out to what people are mad about?
Yeah, give me a perception check as you guys all kind of approach the altar.
That's a fucking 20. What is it? I rolled the wrong dice. It's a 14 total. 4 plus 10.
You catch a little bit of a few hushed conversations, and it's just a bunch of people talking about, I can't believe this. Like, this is not fair. Like, there's got to be a better way, you know. And other people are like, yeah, I hope this goes through. I hope this goes through. You know, you don't pick up anything in particular. As you guys kind of approach the altar, Brother Agnew raises his hands and quiets the crowd. And Brother Agnew turns to you, the party. He says, well, here is our current situation. One of the ruling families of Borsland here, one of the nobles' families, has been completely eliminated. Their family line is no longer with us. Baracus's family, whether they were vampire or not, we will not know, but all of their remains have, aside from Baracus himself, have been recovered. So, with the family line ending, the question is, what to do now with the family assets? There are many who would lay claim to the Baracus' family estates and varied properties and businesses, but divvying this out equally and fairly has been quite the chore. Alas, some of the servants and hirelings of the estate claim that they should be fairly compensated for their master's deception and quick departure, leaving them all but destitute. The other side, they believe that the goods should be rather auctioned off to the community, rather to divide the assets equally amongst those who perhaps could afford it. You, being the heroes in question, the ones who brought about most of this situation, we figured we would weigh your input with our own. We feel like you should have some say.
Well, do you feel that any of the other families have a legitimate claim, or are they all just jockeying for ownership?
That's when the crowd kind of erupts a little bit. They kind of begin arguing.
And much like your dog, Low Chris will turn out towards the crowd and just yell out, "Shut the hell up!"
And with that, they do kind of quiet down a bit. That is the general argument, is that these families have abused a few of their underlings, their servants, for some period of time, and they would want compensation. But the other people feel that it should go to the community members, perhaps those better suited to running businesses and things. It is a sort of auction, and there seems to be conflicting interests on both sides. Some feel that this auction would kind of lean in the favor of those who are already wealthy, and Baracus' estate would likely be broken up amongst the other noble families, likely, perhaps some rich, wealthy merchants in the area. On the other hand, Baracus' estate is substantial and has grown large on the blood, sweat, and tears of many of the servants and, well, slaves, essentially, that have served them, and they feel like should not only get restitution, but are deserved these things. Essentially, a moral conundrum. It is difficult. What would you say, party?
Would you
you-
allow my friends here a moment to discuss amongst ourselves?
Of course.
Well, I do have
Group
one
huddle?
more question for the priest. You, who are not a noble, but also not a common man, who has dealt with the people in this town for a hell of a lot longer than any of us. What is your direct opinion on the situation?
I feel that both sides carry valid points. That if from either perspective, they feel that they're doing right and what is just. But it's not so simple, I'm afraid. To hear a case by case by case basis would drag this endeavor out months, if not years.
Little Chris just rolls his eyes and joins the huddle.
Once we're in the huddle, Renwick's going to be like, so it sounds like they're asking for our opinion, given that we're down with the local heroes. And, I mean, if I might be so bold as to suggest, what if they were to turn Baracus's estate into something that's good for the town? Maybe use the land to set up, I don't know, an area to take care of the grays or something, even land to rebuild. Maybe make this place better than what it once was. And as for his I guess his assets, well, that should be at least partially divided up amongst his staff. I mean, they deserve something. They're basically left destitute entirely. And I mean, technically speaking, we did burn the place down, so
But we did burn it because we thought there were vampires in there.
and there were.
Exactly. So as far as the servants go, I bet they should get some kind of restitution package, but to say they deserve all the estate is a bit much. I don't think any of these greedy bastards who already have money should get some. They have no claim to it whatsoever. I think that it should clearly go some amongst the staff and some to the community to help build this place back up.
I agree with that as well. I think it should, severance package of sorts to the staff members who are employed by Baracus, and then rest of it just goes to make the town better.
How would you guys feel if we said, for our opinion, the house gets donated to the House of Palor for use in taking care of the graying? All items inside, up to an X amount, contribute to the workers who were innocent there. The rest gets sold off and the funds go straight into that house in order to take care of the graying, as well as any charitable actions that the temples deem appropriate. Because there has to be a ruling body in this town, and apparently we just killed this one.
Yeah,
I think you're definitely going to get some pushback from the nobles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pushback, they could come talk to me privately.
Also,
but it is a little unreasonable to have grays walking all over their nice neighborhood that they've worked so hard to upkeep.
No, they abandoned that whole entire district. All those houses were empty, minus the ones that had vampires in it. These are their cast-off descendants who weren't even there.
I think they
If that's the
were,
case, then fuck them.
but no, I mean, I agree with that. I think that's a good idea. And then they were talking about Baracus's businesses. I mean,
That's
those,
going to go to the highest bidder, whoever's the most cutthroat. That's
yeah. I mean, the noble families can bid on that and buy out those businesses, and then they have businesses making them money, and they get their money that way.
To be perfectly honest, we're not even from here. Glader's the closest to nobility of any sort that any of us, as far as we know, because Blade's quiet, that any of us get. So who are we to be making governmental decisions in the first place? So
Look,
if
we
we
have
could turn this over to at least a body, in this case the temple, and make them actually deal with the concerns, well, then they could get pissed off with Agnew.
yeah. I mean, I think that's the most fair and just way to do it. Compensating the people that were hurt, and then the rest just goes to making the town better, not lining anyone else's pockets that are already rich.
Anybody else have any other ideas?
I mean, it all sounds fine to me. As far as I'm concerned, as long as it goes back to the people that need it, not the people that have the money to buy it already, then I don't give a fuck what happens to it. We've got our cut, and this town could use it. So,
I
Gladiator,
don't know what businesses Baracus was involved in, so you don't want to give, a shipping business to a carpenter who's going to run into the ground, and then you lose those employees.
well, I
And
mean, of course,
theoretically,
there's got to be some thought process behind it. We're not just gonna squander it. But I mean, that's the duty of the church. We're here just to help them decide where it goes. We're not here for the execution.
theoretically, we could always throw our hat in the ring and lay claim to it.
You want to live on this island there, Logos?
Not necessarily. I mean, we could always hold the estate and then just hire people that know what they're doing to run it. Always have a nice little home to come back to once we see fit to it. Just a possibility. I really don't care, but I don't think any of these greedy nobles should have really any part in what isn't theirs in any way.
Agnew kind of speaks up. So, perhaps this will help pass this along. I will read out a list of the Baracus' family assets, and you, as a party, can help us decide what to do with them. First off, the land surrounding the former Baracus' estate, as the manor has been burned down, and we have sifted through the rubble and already acquired whatever was left of value, though was not too much. This land and estate could potentially be rebuilt to help the graying, I suppose. But what say you about Baracus's manor and his immediate estate? It is a large manor. It has some fountains and shrubbery on the land, at least, that's not been burnt.
Well, in my experience, after a good burn, the land's often rather fertile. So if that's the case, if it's good land, then it should be parceled out as a bit of a severance to those who were his staff. And they can have their own land to do with what they will. But at least if it's fertile, they can grow something on their own. Give them a fresh start.
Agnew looks around, seeing if anyone is going to protest, and when no one does, he says, so ordered. And a little scribe in the back, scratches some things into some parchment. Now, moving on down. Baracus's family also owns a stone quarry, half of a gold mine, and majority shares of the local tailor, as well as a blacksmith here in town. What should we do with his businesses?
Well, if the tailor and blacksmith are competent, allow them to run their own business. The
Yeah,
gold mine.
The tailor and they're both in the courtroom-esque situation, and as you say that, they're like, huzzah! They both agree with you.
And as far as the other businesses go, I mean, I guess those can just go to an open auction, and if anyone or the people that are running them, because I'm sure Baracus wasn't in each of his businesses himself, so the people that were actually running the day-to-day operations of said businesses, I mean, I feel like they should at least get first pick at buying out the business and running it themselves. And if they don't have the money or don't want it, then goes to some sort of auction for someone else to purchase the business and take it over.
Agnew kind of waits around for anyone to protest. And when no one does, so ordered. Then the final thing on the docket, Baracus owned a couple of warehouses in both south and north side of Tuscargo, the neighboring towns or villages to the city. What should his assets there, how should they be divvied?
Well, I think that would be pending on the contents of the warehouses. And if you don't have a list of those, then perhaps we should set up a committee through the city to inspect and catalog the items within the warehouses. And then they'll be divvied out accordingly. But to blindly send a warehouse full of goods from a person like Baracus to any group is incredibly dangerous.
A low murmur kind of echoes through the halls, but Agnew waves his hand and silences everyone. That is a perspective we had not taken before. That is probably the more responsible of routes. There's a reason why we, as a city, decided to knight you all. And he, gestures. Well, so ordered then. Thank you. Knights of the Sands of Justice, your influence will be felt here for many days, months, and years to come. And with that, the whole situation is kind of adjourned. The small crowds begin to make their way out, and the clerics just kind of stand over watchfully.
Was there anything else you needed of us, or was that about it?
No, your insight and perspective proved invaluable. I will return to my meditations and the preparing of the teleportation circle for your journeys tomorrow.
I think we'd also be interested in hearing what the inventory is in Barax's various warehouses, because we do believe that he had tasked the shadow specialists. We had all but have definitive proof that he was tied to them. So if there's anything that could help us, give us some sort of lead on to where we could find them and who their master is and where Baracus and Nyla went, it might be hidden in one of their warehouses. So once you get it all cataloged, if you wouldn't mind letting us know somehow, sending us a message or a courier of some sorts, so we can possibly look over things before it gets divvied out to wherever it's going.
Absolutely. We will put it under guard immediately, and we will have a team of knights go and inspect it. You will be informed as to the contents of these warehouses, especially if there's anything out of the ordinary. Expect a few days delay, as the guards are quite busy, and the knights as well.
It's not any sort of documents or ledgers, letters, communications of any sort. That I think we'd probably be especially interested in some sort of written trail.
Duly noted.
All right. Is there anything else you guys want to do or ask?
Could I perhaps ask you to send a couple messages for us, since you're preparing spells this evening, or if you have any left in you today?
Certainly. Who would you have me send these messages to?
I have 2 messages that I'd like to send. One is to Headmaster Dorf from back in Wormhearth.
I'm sorry, but unfortunately, the arcane abilities of Headmaster Dorf do not allow much penetration of... you might get lucky and I catch him in the courtyard, but if he is within the university, my magics will not penetrate it. It is a
Fair enough.
50-50 shot if he will get the message in time or not.
Well, he was supposed to be aiding in the fallout of an entire empire, basically. So I'm hoping that he's most likely out of his college and in the field. If you could send him a message and just tell him that the sands of justice have found the graying to not be contagious, and it's caused by vampires, and just alert him to that. They didn't have much information the last time we had spoken, and it's best that we spread the truth about it.
Indeed, a message of that length may need to be sent by courier pigeon, but it is the more guaranteed route. The arcane powers of the university tend to fluctuate from wane and waxing,
Well, I'll have my fingers crossed. And if you have enough in you to send a second message, could you reach back out to Bo? I just want to check on him, make sure he's safe, make sure he's alive. I know we gave him the heads up, but nonetheless, there's a hit out on him. The shadow specialists are pretty ruthless. I just like to know he's alive.
This I can do for sure.
Thank you very much. And he'll kind of nod and take his leave.
I will send these messages come morning with the morning prayers. I will also have your teleportation circle ready around then. So I suggest you find a good bit of rest, perhaps a good meal and a bit of ale. Teleporting does not always sit well on the stomachs of even the hardest adventurers.
Yes, we were working on the ale portion before people started wanting to see us, so perhaps we should go continue that conversation. Anybody object?
No, I could use one more ale and a nice good meal, and then nice nights of rest.
Oh
Back to the
yeah.
tavern.
Agnew smiles and says, "No, great, excellent. Please, may I make a request? No bovine critters in the Temple of Pelor." He kind of glares at Blade, who has got his donkey shortly behind him.
Is my hawk okay? She's perched on my shoulders.
There's a very, very, there's a policy that might make an exception for the occasional dove, but let's just go forward with animals and decapitated limbs are not allowed in the Church of Pelor. Please, outside.
But she has a cute little hat. How can you say no to her?
Blade
Agnew's
will
kind of stern face kind of points towards the door.
Who's this yelling at us?
Agnew.
Oh my god. I've never seen this side of Agnew. Logus will start walking to the door, kind of dejected for being yelled at.
Blade will kind of approach and just be like, "Listen, like I understand, like this is a sacred temple, and we don't want anyone to be offended. But these both Tony and Gibraltar here have helped us on our journey, and if it weren't for them, we wouldn't exactly be in the situation that we are now. We're of freedom. So I think it's in due respect, we should try to be." Maybe allow maybe an exception for these particular beasts.
I'll bring it up with the council at our next annual meeting here in about 30 years. Until then, policies stand. He gestures towards the door.
As Logus is walking out, he'll be like, I know, Tony. I know you want to poop on him, but now it's not a good time. We'll see next time if he yells at us. I won't stop you, but I don't know why he's yelling at us, but no, you cannot poop on him right now.
As they're walking, Locris, seeing Logus a little sour, is going to use Mage Hand to take his shrunken head and have it come up over Logus's right shoulder and activate the ring, and in his head just be like, "Oi, what's wrong?"
Are you saying it in another voice too?
Yep.
I feel like, well, how would Logus react to this?
Give me a perception check, Logos. No, we'll call it an insight check. Locris, give me a deception check. We'll pit it that way.
I got a
That is
natural
the best.
20 plus 7. What a waste of a natural 20.
18 plus 8 for 26.
Damn, both of
27
you
total.
guys are pretty up there. Did you say 27, Logos?
Yeah.
Damn.
Literally, the only way I would have beaten him is if I rolled a natural 20, and I didn't.
Maybe it was the use of magic. Maybe it was him not quite covering his voice good enough. But you're aware, Locris is totally fucking with you.
I'll just start talking to the head anyways. I don't know why we're being yelled at. We've done so much, little head. I know you've just joined our journey, but Tony doesn't bother nobody. Have you seen her bother anybody? I don't understand. I don't know why she's not allowed here. Frankly, I don't want to be anywhere where she's not allowed.
The couple of accolades look horrified as Logos walks out of the fucking room talking to a floating head.
That's all I wanted was the visual.
All right, so as you guys, definitely instill the fear of God in a few more acolytes, as you guys kind of convene outside the church, where the donkey and hawk are a little more appreciated. What do you guys want to do from here?
Go get drunk so Blade and Logus feel better about their animals.
I second that. I might maybe one more pass through the marketplace just so I can pick up a brazier so Archie doesn't fucking kill me.
Oh, for sure, easy enough. That there was copper, silver, and gold ones in different shapes and sizes. You'd have your pick, and you'd only be spending somewhere between 5 and 10 gold, depending on the quality of brazier that you would like.
Oh, for Archie, probably gold. I'm imagining kind of like a circular kind of brazier. Yeah.
Oh yeah, perfect. For a decent quality one, you're looking at about 10 gold pieces.
And Blade will snatch that right up.
Perfect. So you guys currently are now on the celebrity status. Staying at the Topsy Turtle has become a free endeavor. As you guys kind of return, the bartender makes it clear to you guys that you're really, really good for business, and you all have a room on the house as well as drinks all night long. As long as you're hanging out here, you're bringing in the crowds, giving some people stuff to talk about, and catch a glimpse of the newest celeb heroes. And as long as you're in and around the Topsy Turtle, it's on the house, the whole lot, the rooms, the board, the drinks, everything.
While we were walking over, did I see any of the little urchin children following us or watching us?
Watching you, yes. Following you, no.
It's so hard to try to see which ones are just genuinely astonished by us and who's watching us and like it.
So, as you guys kind of reconvene at the Topsy Turtle, it is kind of as it was before, though now, it is evening proper. A few meals are being served. Lots of the bar fills up. Lots of crowds come by to kind of get a peek at the local heroes, and lots of whispers of your guys' previous endeavors and things are going around. Many people offer to buy you drinks or send the table a round of shots. You get high fives and congratulations and handshakes just about everywhere you go in this bar. So, what would the party like to do from here? Any like late night prep or anything prior to heading to bed?
Just to put it out of the way, I'm going to the Nature's Mantle. I'm gonna have the cloak on, but I'm not gonna tune to it yet. So I'll have it like in my inventory, but I won't get any of the benefits yet.
Okay, great. Good to know.
And while everyone else is drinking, Logus will take up the same perch and kind of sip the beer along with the ale along with everyone else, but just more reading the room and seeing if anyone's taking keeping a keen eye on us in a weird way. Any weird vibes?
Okay, yeah, I'll keep that noted. Your passive perception kind of gives you a heads up on what's around you, but for the most part, it's very similar to before. Nobody too shady. Lots of people eyeballing you. Lots of people celebrating, and it looks like a lot of working class people. A lot of people who've been spending most of their days tearing down walls come in and get ales and nod their appreciation and cheers to the Knights of Justice, and continue to merrymaking and things.
I also have a passive insight of 17 too, so if that helps with anything.
I figure before bed, Locris would take his book to Renwick's room and kind of go over his notes just to kind of point out it in writing and everything, all this stuff that they were discussing at the table. And let him borrow it. Little light reading for you.
Oh, that's greatly appreciated, buddy. It's not going to be easy to make sense of all this, but it's nice to have you as a bit of a frame of reference, if you will.
Yeah, it's definitely a different situation. Your patron is a little bit more hands, or I guess in this case tentacles on. Whereas mine just, we have kind of a you do your thing, I'll do my thing, and we'll see where our paths cross. but
Oh.
I'll try to help where I can.
I certainly appreciate it, buddy. He just kind of like looks down at his tentacles and grins.
And then
Okay.
Locris will go to bed.
All right. With Renwick and Locris upstairs, Logos is kind of scouting out the general populace of the tavern. Glady or Blade? Is there anything in particular you guys are doing before bed?
I don't think so. Probably just chilling, keeping an eye on his friends as he kicks back some free ale.
Yeah, I'd imagine like Blake is kind of taking on maybe a low profile this evening, maybe kind of inspecting his concertina, just kind of trying to figure out what it's about, maybe what it does.
Okay, give me an investigation or an arcana check. Your call.
Rolling good tonight. 18.
With an 18, you're kind of looking over this concertina, this finely made object. It seems to almost play itself at times, and is just of the most intricate make you have ever seen. With an 18, you're not 100% on all of its qualities as you kind of look at it and inspect it, but you do reveal partially what this concertina is capable of while holding this concertina. Obviously, after you've been attuned, while holding this concertina, you gain a +2 bonus to the saving throw DC of your bard spells.
Holy shit.
That's all you get with an 18 without attuning it proper yet, I suppose. Unless you want to attune the item.
You ain't failing shit.
Hmm. I'll hold off from attuning from it right now. But just kind of further glance at its, glory and just kind of admire it.
Okay, great. Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, with that, the evening does kind of wind down. Eventually, the crowds quit coming by, trying to get a glance at the new celebrities, and though not the most accommodable of rooms, though. Pretty simple cloth. Decent pillows and things. You notice almost right away that there's a lot less rats and garbage in not only the city but the tavern and things as well. Your presence here has definitely uplifted the local community and visibly so much so. You guys do finally find a bit of rest and wake with the smell of breakfast cooking down below kind of wafts its way up to the upper rooms. And you guys just stir and gather in the morning hours.
Upon rising in the morning, Locris will pull out the dagger of venom and sitting with it for an hour. The black ink from his tattoos on his arms run down, cover the dagger, and then as the ink comes back up his arms, the dagger's gone. So that way it's now the pact weapon.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you do your weapon ritual, your ceremony, kind of absorb the dagger. Anybody need doing any morning rituals or anything? There's definitely breakfast cooking. I assume you guys file downstairs, maybe get your yourselves some breakfast, some maybe a morning ale or two, depending.
Yeah, definitely breakfast beer, nice hearty plate of breakfast, and he's just poring over Locris's notes in his book quietly in the corner.
Okay. As you're kind of flipping through the book, Renwick, give me an investigation check real quick.
That's a 4. Rolling rocks tonight, all night.
There's some detailed diagrams and things. You kind of get caught up looking at, pictures of what this person believes the abyss to look like. And it's like dark and horrifying, but also like a train wreck. You can't seem to look away. So the party kind of gathers, gets some breakfast in them. You guys are feeling hale and hearty. Locris kind of joins the crew after a bit. What do you guys want to do from here?
Imagine we'd all eat breakfast together, and Logos will still be kind of paranoid looking around, now that it's quieted down a little bit, just making sure no one's like got eyes on us. So Renwick, after we eat, we head to the temple.
Well, that sounds like as good a plan as any. Our next steps definitely lie in that direction.
Are you sure you're comfortable leaving your father's boat here? I mean, kind of sucks. We just paid for so many upgrades to it. You're not even going to use it.
Well, right now, we're target number 1 for the shadow specialists, and they're watching the harbor. So our only hope of getting to that island safely is to teleport there and leave the ship in the harbor. They won't mess with it right in the harbor like that, but if we go out to the open water, we're going to get surrounded. And we know that for a fact. Luckily, our team of street urchins kind of has our back in that regard.
A nice little battle on the ocean sounds kind of fun, though, but it's no use if we're facing multiple boats and get surrounded. Like you said, so I guess to the temple we go then.
Well, I mean, you could always go sail on the boat.
I know I could, Locris. Jeez, dude.
Yeah, I don't know if you get too far by yourself.
I could take a little sailboat out. But no. Y'all are right. We're right.
Okay, so the party makes their way towards the Temple of Pelor once again, and that early morning is kind of when the temple is most buzzing with activity. You hear a few pleasant bells. You can smell incense. The clerics are tending to the nearby community in their white robes, and they're healing and giving out food, dispensing advice, however they can help. As you guys kind of enter, Brother Agnew seems to just be finishing his prayers. He says, excellent. Well, he looks back at you, Blade specifically. The donkey.
Blade will kind of look to Gibraltar and kind of gesture him, be like, "I'm sorry, you need to step out."
Logos will cast Speak with Animals and tell Gibraltar and Tony, it's not that y'all are not welcome. It's just sacred place. We're working on it that y'all can come in, but would you mind just waiting outside for a little bit just to avoid conflict?
They take heed and go to wait outdoors.
Thank you, and I'll toss Tony some meat, and I don't know what the donkey eats. So I'll give him some vegetables or something.
I'm sure you got a good berry on you.
There you go. I'll hand him a good berry.
Okay, yeah. So as the animals depart, Brother Agnew's eyes slowly follow them until they are out of the temple, and then he kind of snaps back to you guys. His jovial demeanor returns. All right this way, and he walks back behind the altar to a simple door, behind which is a little bit of a barracks type of a quarters, several beds up against the wall with some various like armoires and footlockers. Definitely the clergy's personal quarters. He moves a rug aside and reveals a trapdoor. The trapdoor ladder leads down into the darkness. As he descends and you guys follow, you find yourselves in the stone basement of this temple. And in this simple stone room, there's a few old barrels and crates and things. Bit of dust, bit of cobwebs on them, but in the center of this room is a large circle, a golden circle, the sun symbol of Pelor, and it is glowing ever so slightly. It has several candles placed intermittently around the edges of the circle, and Brother Agnew kind of gestures with one hand to the party to enter. And as you do so, he informs you that both of your messages were sent, and Bo Brightglow sends his regards as he kind of nods as you guys kind of come into the circle. Now, remember, keep your hands, arms, and abilities, items, all within the circle, please. And good luck. Most good chance that you'll vomit immediately upon landing on the other end. Well, with that, anything before you depart? He kind of looks to the party.
I take it you were unable to contact Headmaster Dorth.
The message was sent, however, he did not reply. But he received the message. Of that, I'm sure.
Well, I certainly appreciate it. But that'll be all for me.
Yeah, no, I think I'm good.
Excellent. And with a clap of his hands, there is a blinding flash of light. Your eyes adjust, and you find yourselves in a stone room. A holy symbol of a sun glows ever so slightly at your feet. Surrounding the party, several dozen candles light this room, and they reveal a wooden ladder going upward to a hatch in the ceiling above, very similar to the room you had just left. Hanging off the bottommost rung is a man with an immaculate white robe pulled tight by a golden cord. I hope you are the heroes of Borsland we were told were coming. Not a lot of time to explain. Prepare yourselves and meet me above. And with that, the man dashes up the ladder and out the hatch, leaving it open as he ascends. The city warning bells can be faintly heard, and the occasional trumpeting of war horns. So, at this point, you guys, as a party of adventurers, realize shit's cracking off. This next narrative is going to end in initiative. So, is there anything you guys would like to do to prep before battle right now? Spells, potions, what? Anything.
Should we go shopping?
I think
Where's
no,
the
it's great.
Glazer's just gonna cast Shield of Faith on himself.
Okay.
Logus is always pretty ready to go. I think he's good.
Renwick is gonna apply some of the poison that he's been sitting on to his. Actually, to 3 bolts.
Perfect. All right. Anything else? Any last minute? Any battle prep spells or potions?
Actually, that's a good idea. Logos will do the same thing because I just saw that I have a poison in my thing too, so I'll do the same thing.
Okay, great. Yeah. 3 bolts or 3 arrows is what you get.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so as you ascend the ladder, the sounds of warning bells as well as war horns grow louder and more frequent. You enter a very barracks-like room, walls of stone, poorly lit by several candles. You notice several modest beds all line the wall with little room in between them, and at the foot of each bed of these beds is like a trunk. Before one of these trunks is the man you previously encountered. He looks to the party with a smile and fastens a mace to his belt. Piercing blue eyes, a bright smile, alongside short, curly blonde hair. As he turns to you to speak, the door to this room bursts open. Sir Cudney, a man dressed similarly in white robes tied by a golden cord, bursts into the room in a panic. However, you notice him to have several smatterings of blood upon his robe and face. As you notice him, he notices you, and collects himself with a deep breath. Calm and composed, he turns to the man and proclaims, "Sir, the fighting must have drawn in some hunters from the bush. 2 approach. We have no soldiers there." Sir Cudney pauses with a stoic look for just a moment. "You've done great, Accolade, but I've another task for you. Inform Sir Jux of Court, and we are in dire need of reinforcement at the eastern gate." As the Accolade nods and scrambles out of the room, Sir Cudney looks to the party with a hardened yet concerned stare, and he says, 2 fire giants approach a currently unmanned eastern gate. On either side of this gate are hundreds of homes filled with very scared women and children mostly. All that is stopping them from crashing through these neighborhoods to get to our fighters is a piece of wood. A piece of wood and us. He gestures with his hand to the party and himself and the party, and sprints out of the room. The party, in hot pursuit of Sir Cudney, are from the cleric's quarters through the main hall and the temple doors in a flash. Once outside, the sounds of distant combat meld with warning bells and trumpeting war horns. You see smoke billowing upward from the direction of the fighting, but you cannot see anything taking place through dozens and dozens of buildings. Women and children run about in all directions, scared and confused, unsure as if they should run, hide, or fight. Following Sir Cudney swiftly down a dirt road, away from the buildings and towards a large wooden gate, flanked by large wooden walls that look to run the circumference of the city, 20 feet high at least. As Sir Cudney and the party approach the gate, a turn for the worst. 2 impressively large boulders, likely former pieces of building or foundation, seem to fly over the gate and walls, launched heftily by unseen forces. These boulders collide mid-air, and rather than bounce off of one another, they mesh perfectly, now forming a tight spiral of spinning stone as it begins its descent. This tight, spiraling boulder lands hard with a sickening wet thud. Before the party's very eyes, Sir Cudney is reduced to mostly viscera. A pair of boots stick out from under the large stone of splattering of gore behind it. Shocked, the party stops dead in their tracks to take in the scene for just a second. Just then a loud boom, followed by the creaking of wood and splintering, and then again, boom, with more splintering and creaking of wood, and a third time as the large wooden gates before you break and splinter, collapsing entirely to the ground from the force of one large iron boot. I'm gonna need the party to go ahead and roll initiative.
Logos is gonna turn to Sir Cudney. Oh my God, are you okay?
Is his head underneath the boulder, or is his head still available?
If you would like to get close and give me some investigation, I would be happy to tell you on your turn.
I'm not going to waste a turn on that. I'll come back to it.
I like the attention to detail with the blood splatter.
Poor
Imagine
Sir.
it got like a little bit of drop, like some blood drops all over us.
He sounded so cool. He was like got this awesome like Scottish accent. Had his mace. He was ready to fucking go, and then he turns into mush.
We should have known something was up when Sean started describing him so valiantly.
Right.
You guys are already hard as fuck to kill in a fight. Like, I'm not ever gonna give you sweet NPCs until one of you dies.
I was kind of hoping somebody just had stone shape or something, and they were sitting on it, and they could have just like morphed the boulders and saved him and forced you to use him.
Counter spell. Shit.
Wall of Force.
I cast Revivify on Sir Cudney.
You could potentially on your turn. Let's see here. So initiative. I missed what you guys dropped in the chat. Let's see here. I'm thinking Logos 24, Locrest 13. Is that what I got?
Yep.
I got a 19. Best initiative I've ever rolled.
Definitely
Reynolds
gonna
got a
die
14.
this. Definitely gonna die this battle now.
Oh yeah, I was on time for the first time in 3 weeks, and I rolled a 19 initiative. I'm dead.
Shit. What was Locrest's again? I forgot. I already just read 13. Correct. Okay, got it. Okay, so I dropped a pic in the feed of the battle map. Hopefully, you guys can see it. I can turn my flash on if we need some more detail or something. But so, kind of what you see before you, a pair of fire giants. One of them is just booted down this door. The wall in front of you guys is about 20 feet high. There are a few ladders granting access to the upper echelon, the guard postings, if you will. But with that being said, Logos, you are first, top of the order. What do you want to do here?
I'm gonna bonus action Hunter's Mark. The giant on the right, and I'm gonna move out to the left a little, maybe about 20 feet, to kind of separate from the party. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move to the right since I said I was gonna Hunter's Mark the one on the right. I'll move about 30, 35 feet out that way. And I'll take my 3 attacks at the one on the right.
Okay, great. Give me some attack rolls.
First one is a 27. Second one is a dirty 20. And the third is a 29.
All 3 hit. Go ahead and roll some damage out.
What did I forget what the poison arrows add to, because these would be the poisoned arrows.
I believe it's a con save versus poison damage, correct?
Oh yeah, it's just a DC 10, which I imagine Fire Giants got ridiculous cons.
Unless I roll a 1, I literally cannot fail. But I will roll it out for you. Okay, so you won't believe this. I rolled 2 3s and a nat 1. So I guess one of those arrows will do a little extra poison damage.
Nice. So the first one would be a so that's 2, that's 8 points plus 6 from the hunter's mark. So that's 14 plus 4 points of poison damage. So 18 points of damage on the first hit. And then the second hit is 8 plus 6 for 14. 15 points of damage on the second one. And then 13 plus 4, 17 points of damage on the last one.
Yeah, as each of your arrows just finds purchase under the giant chinks of armor that this guy's have. He's definitely a heavily armored creature, but the tiniest gap in normal plate mail can be exploited. These gaps are like the size of dinner plates, and you waste no time driving some arrows into them.
And I'll use my last, I think I said 30. I'm gonna use my last 15 feet to move maybe like 10 feet back and 5 feet to the right. Try to separate myself put myself away from the Giants and separate from the party a little bit too. And that'll be my turn.
Okay, great. Now, next in initiative is going to be Giant 1. So, let's see here. Okay, I'm looking at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I'll put him here. Boosh. As the first giant lumbers forth, every step fall seems to shake the very earth around it. And as it steps forth, I think it's gonna retaliate against Vogas here. You have struck it many times with some arrows, and its fiery eyes kind of look to you. Real quick, does anybody in the party speak giant?
Nope.
I was gonna say, I'll take the silence as a no. So this.
But I'm looking. I know a lot of this shit. Forget where it's at.
Not without casting a spell.
I'm trying to find it. Yeah, oh, here it is. Proficiencies in language. No, I don't.
So as this giant lumbers forth, he calls back to his friend in an unknown language to you guys. It just sounds like garbling. And he looks forward towards you, Logos, and from his belt he produces another large stone and takes a step as he hurls it towards you. Give me just a sec. Grab a 20 here. All right, Logos does a 26 hit. I'm just being a dick.
Barely.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll this damage out in chat just for the record. You're the luckiest dude ever. That is 16 total bludgeoning damage to you, Logos.
That's a lot. 4d10. Jesus. All right.
Okay, that being said, we're going to move it on down. Snap another pick real quick. Gladier, it is you. You are up currently.
Well, shit. Oh my god. So how far? I'm gonna wait for the picture. I need to see how far this giant is. How tall are the walls surrounding? Just curious.
20
Sure.
feet. They're about 20 feet high. They are just a bit taller than these giants. These giants are coming in at somewhere between 16 and like 18 feet. Just tall enough that the giants can't see over them.
All right. So Logus just got smashed with a boulder. Shit. All right. Think I'm about to finally use this fucking scroll that I've been hanging on to. Sorry, this was a last minute change of plan, so I didn't look this up. First off, I'm gonna move in front of Blade. I should have enough movement to get there.
That's about 20 feet, so you still got 10 feet of movement.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand in front of Blade, like between Blade and the Fire Giants, and then I'm gonna pull out my spell scroll of Chromatic Orb. So it's just a first level, range of 90 feet. It is a ranged attack. It's not a DC, so my spell ranged attack is a +7. Now that I got that devote, or the devout, I got a +1 to that. So that is a dirty 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay, so 4-inch diameter sphere of energy at a creature you can see within range. I choose between acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder for the type of orb you create. Well, it's a fire giant. Would cold damage be 2 on the nose? Yeah, I'm just gonna go with cold damage, and it's 3d8 damage.
Okay,
So-
great. Yeah, roll it out. As you kind of read the words from this scroll, the scroll kind of erupts into just a series of like sparkles that are just floating around your hands, and these sparkles eventually form an orb of icy powers just kind of waft off of it, and you hurl it towards this giant.
Not great. I rolled a 1, a 3, and a 4. So only 8 damage, 8 cold damage to the closest giant. So that's my action. And then bonus action, I'm gonna cast Thunder Smite. It's a first level spell. It's the first time hit with a melee attack weapon during the spell's duration, which is 1 minute. Your weapon rings with thunder that is audible within 300 feet of you, and the attack deals an extra 2d6 thunder damage to the target. Additionally, if the target is a creature, it must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away and knocked prone. Highly doubt that the fire giant is going to fail the strength saving throw, but just so you know.
And this is a bonus action?
Yeah, it's a bonus action first level spell.
Okay, just making sure. So
So
what do
I
you
have
need from me?
nothing right now. It just kind of like charges my weapon. So next, as long as I attack within 1 minute, which is like 10 rounds.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I figured that. Okay, yeah,
That's
for sure.
extra damage. But that's gonna be my turn. Did it look like the cold damage did anything extra, or did it kind of just shrug off that measly 8 damage orb?
We'll call it an insight check.
No, that's not bad. 15?
It did damage, whether it was a little extra here or there, you couldn't quite tell.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's my turn. Just standing in front of Blade, trying to make sure he doesn't get smushed.
Okay, Blade. Gladier's just kind of like ran in front of you. He's cast a few spells. You watch a giant stone get hurled over at Logos. You're up.
All right. Okay. So So that's second giant. So can I use my movement to basically I want to get within 60 feet of the second giant. The one coming in the
Okay, so let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 would put you 5, 10, 15. It would take a good chunk of your movement, but if you move 30 feet, you can definitely get this guy within range, but barely.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna kind of move on up, and I'm gonna just kind of start insulting this guy with a little bit of vicious mockery, and just being like, "Listen, you two are being a big pain in our ass."
Okay, and is that safe for me then?
Yes, that is a wisdom saving throw of 16.
17 on the dice, my friend.
Gosh darn it! All right. So I think that that does nothing, and I am going to give. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna hold off. I think I'm just gonna end it there.
All right, then moving on down the line. It's looking like Renwick Turner. What are you doing here? I'll send an updated pic real quick.
Oh boy.
So, you're kind of off by yourself at the moment. You're not quite in the fray. But here, let me send this pic real quick. Boosh. All right, so what are you up to here?
Let's see. Say I'm probably 40, 50 feet from the giant from where I'm at?
40 on the money to get into melee with the first giant.
Heard. Let me. I would like to get within 30 feet of the giant, please.
So you just have to move 10 feet. So you move forward a couple squares and you're within range.
Perfect. And I'm just going to take 2 shots with the hand crossbow for now.
Okay, great.
See how this plays out first.
Give me a couple of attack rolls.
First one's a nat 20.
Very nice.
Second one is a 17 for a 25.
Also hits.
All right, so 1d6. It's a 6. And then sneak attack is 46 now. Should have one off the table. So 6, 11, 14, 16, 17 doubled, 34 plus 5, 39 damage on the first hit, and roll a con save, DC 10, in case you get a nat 1, just for that extra spicy poison damage.
This one's an 8, but it still comes out to over 20. So
yeah, fair enough. All right, 39 damage on the first. The second one hit, and that would be an additional 6 damage, so 45 points of damage total.
Damn, you just kind of light up into this guy. You follow Logos's trajectory of his arrows, and you drill this dude in a chink of his armor swiftly. You bury these bolts in, and already this giant is wheezing and bleeding profusely. Like he's losing a lot of blood out of this hole.
And I'm gonna use the remainder of my movement. I want to drop back. Actually, I'm going to go right back to where I was. I'll just take that 10 feet back, and that'll be my turn.
Excellent. All right. Moving on down from Renwick, it is Locris. And with Renwick moving back, the map is actually still accurate.
All right, so I'm trying to count squares, and moving slightly northeast on the map. Would it be possible to stay out of melee range with the giant in front of me, but still get within 30 feet of the giant behind him?
Let's see. Your movement speed's 30 feet, right? 5,
Yeah.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It would be, with his bit of reach that he has, it's going to be pretty hard. You're about 10, maybe 15 feet short.
All right.
Unless you wanted to enter melee range with him.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it.
Okay,
but I just want to get to 30 feet of the giant behind him.
Okay, so with your max movement, even if you go straight forward towards the giant, the 30 feet from you there will just barely, you're about a solid 5 feet away from the giant, so you can't quite pull off 30 feet after I count it. Even if you move straight towards the bigger giant, you're just 1 square away.
Then ignore that. Just go northeast 30 feet, staying away from the out of the melee of the giant closest to me. And I am going to cast Phantasmal Killer at the giant outside the gate.
Okay, and what's the language of Phantasmal Killer?
You tap into the nightmares of a creature you can see within range and create an illusory manifestation of its deepest fears, visible only to that creature. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the target becomes frightened for the duration, so up to a minute. At the end of the target's turn before the spell ends, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or it takes psychic damage.
All right, sounds good here. Let's see what we're working with. I'm looking at 17 wisdom save.
Yep, 16. Hey, you roll like crap for everybody else.
I know. That's the second wisdom save, and they're raw rolls. You guys, I don't add anything to their wisdom saves.
All right, then after that, for bonus action, uh, I'll cast Hexblade Curse on the one nearest me.
Okay. And that's disadvantage on like strength checks or something?
No, that's a hex. This
Oh,
is
okay.
just I get a bonus to damage if I hit him, or I crit on a 19, and I get health if he dies.
All right, good to know. Good to know. With that, coming up on the bottom of the round is the other giant. So 5, 10, 15, 20. He moves in next to his ally. And you know what? Once again, they have a bit of a conversation in giant. You guys are not privy to. Some grunts and garbled. But the first giant through the door points to both Logos and then to Renwick as the other giant seems to be inquiring about something. As he enters, however, he too draws a massive stone from his belt. I'm going to roll to see who he's going to go after. It's looking like you, Renwick. Let's see here. So, with your current item set, do ranged attacks are at disadvantage as well?
Let me pull up the item, but I'm pretty sure it's any sort of regular attack against me. Yeah, disadvantage on attack rolls against you.
Well, you're lucky because that first one I rolled to 20. So, oops, sorry. Second one, nat 19. Still comes out to a 30 to hit.
Yeah, I think that'll hit.
All right, so I'm gonna roll this one in chat as well, and hopefully I hit you so much harder than I hit Logos because that was embarrassing. Well, there we go. 31 points of bludgeoning damage as this massive stone comes crashing down on your person. You got
Uncanny
crushed by
dodge
it.
there.
Perfect. Yeah, go ahead and half that to 15.
Heard.
And with that, I will snap another pick and we'll go back to the top of the round. It is looking like you, Logos, you are up.
Same deal. I'm gonna bone. Hold on. I'm gonna bonus action enter my starry form, and it takes place of the constellation Archer on my body, and then I'm gonna take 3 attacks. Actually, 2 attacks this time.
Okay, great. At the same giant as before, or the other one that just entered?
The same one, the one that I was attacking before.
Okay, great.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna retcon that. I'm gonna scratch the starry form for now, and I'll just take 2 attacks at at the one. First one is a 24.
Hits.
Second one is a 18 for 29.
Both hit.
The first one is a 9 plus 15 total on the first one, and 17 total on the second.
Okay, yeah. You kind of just continue to exploit the chinks in this thing's armor, and every time it moves a certain way, it reveals itself, and you drive a couple of arrows home. At this point, there are several of your arrows and a couple of Renwick's bolts sticking out of this thing's flesh.
And so that rock is that rock still in front of me? Like, is it big enough to kind of like just get behind it, kind of give myself a little bit of cover?
Yeah, you could give yourself some like partial cover by getting behind the rock.
Okay, I'll do that then, and that'll be my turn.
Okay, so moving on down. Next up is the first giant. Not too stoked to be having Logos keep drilling him with arrows, and Renwick as well. So let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20. Well. I think, Blade, you are just in the wrong place, my friend. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yep. So, alright. So, this giant moves around his friend pretty gingerly and brings this massive sword crashing down at your person multiple times there, Blade. Oh, fucking A. First one, nat 1. You lucky bastard. Second one comes out to a 16 to hit.
That misses just barely.
Nice. So this giant swings its massive blade and buries it twice in the ground around you, leaving a bit of a crater in the dirt around you, but you seem unharmed, which is surprising. They get a plus 11 to attack, and I missed.
Oh man.
So moving on down from there, Gladier, you're up. I'll snap another pick real quick, but essentially you've stepped in to protect Blade, kind of play defense, and Blade runs around you and starts cursing out these giants, and then one steps up to the plate and tries to squish him. Thankfully, misses, but yeah.
And Blade went full Karen mode and just ran at him. You motherfucker! All right. Well, I think I'm going to try and make use of that thunderous smite that I've got on my sword right now. So if I think I can get up next to Blade and within melee range of that giant.
Okay, yeah. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yep, you could get on either side of Blade if you'd like.
Doesn't matter. Let's just say his right side. And then I'm gonna take 2 swings with my sword.
Okay, give me a couple attack rolls.
First attack. That is a 23 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
Alright, so that is 1d8 plus 5. That's 8. Nice. So that's 13 plus with Thunder Smite. I do an extra 2d6 thunder damage. There is a loud crack of thunder that can be heard within 300 feet. And then he needs to make a strength saving throw and my spell save DC is a 15.
Okay, he gets a +7 to these. 19 on the die. 26.
Yeah.
I figured he'd make that. So that was 13 for the attack, plus 8 for Thunder Smite, so that's 21 damage on the first attack. And then for the second swing, that is a 27 to hit. Holy shit.
For sure hits.
Another 1d8 plus 5. That's a 7 on the die. For a 14. No, I can't do math. 12.
Nicely done there, sir.
And then I don't think I have any good bonus action. Um, let me do I'm a bonus action first level healing word to. I think it looked like Logus took a little bit more damage because Renwick was able to cunningly dodge out of the way. So I'm a. Oh, wait, is he within 60 feet of me? That's what I should be looking at first. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Oh, yeah, he's within 60 feet, I
Yeah,
think.
he's like 45 feet or so.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so just first level healing word back at Logus real quick for a total of 3 points of healing, Logus.
3?
3. I only get a +1 because it's not a paladin spell. It's a fucking mage initiative cleric, so I only get a +1 to my
Gee, thanks,
word, and I rolled
bud.
a 2. Listen, hey, that 3 points could save your life. You never know.
I feel like you healed just like a little cut on my finger or something.
But yeah, that's my turn.
All right, so moving on down from Gladier, it is now Blade. You are up. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking I need to get the fuck out of here. So if I use a disengage for my action, that doesn't allow attacks of opportunity.
Correct. Using your standard action as a disengage.
Okay, which I'm assuming I would that would incur an opportunity if I were to retreat. So I think I'm going to use my my action, standard action, to disengage back the 30 feet.
Okay.
And then for my bonus action, I am going to cast a third level spell of Healing Word towards Logos. A little bit of health.
Okay, great. Yeah, roll it out.
Hopefully, it's better than 3 points.
Let's see. I'm just gonna roll it D&D Beyond. So Logos, you take 9 points of healing.
Oh, thank gosh, that's so much better. I'm just kidding. Thank you.
Locus is about to trash talk himself and never getting healed by later.
I mean, if it's 3 points, then I think I'll be all right.
um,
I'm
and
kidding, Gladier. Thank you. That's it.
And I think that's about all you got there, Blade. So we're gonna move.
that's it.
All right, moving on down. Renwick, you're up.
I imagine after taking that rock or that boulder, he kind of stands up and staggers, and you see his cloak of displacement reactivate, and he kind of blurs out a little bit, and he's going to sprint. I guess straight toward. Is it Blade that's pink? Whoever's pink.
Blade is pink.
Yeah, perfect. He'll move 25 feet toward Blade, and then he's going to take 2 more shots at the giant.
Okay, great. Give me some attack rolls.
First roll is an 18 for a 26. Second roll is a 4 for a 12.
Uh, 12 misses. What was the first one? 26? That hits.
Sweet. And let's see. D6. 4 plus sneak attack. 10, 15, 16. 18 damage on that. Oh, sorry. 18 plus 5. 23 damage on that, and that'll be my turn.
Very nice. You land another bolt in a chink of this armor, and this guy is looking down. You know, he's bleeding a lot. You don't know how much blood giants have, but you're gonna find out today. Moving on down the line here, we are looking at Locris. You're up.
Oh, Sean, actually, I also need a con save from you, just in case.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me do that real quick. I did roll one already. 14 becomes like a 35 or something. No,
Fair enough.
27.
That was my last poison bolt.
Okay, great. Well, Chris, you're up.
All right. I'm going to move, let's say, 20 feet closer to the two of them. And then, are they within 10 feet of each other?
Yeah, technically they're right up against each other. They're a huge creature, so they're like 3 squares by 3 squares. So they're in close quarters.
All right, fuck it. For fun, let's throw a shatter at them.
All right. Well, you need a con save from me.
Yes, it's going to be a con save. However, they're still going to take damage, so.
Okay, I get a plus 10 to these. So, first one, that's cocked. First one is a 6 plus 10, 16. Second one is also a 6 plus 10, 16.
They both just save. So 23 points halved.
Okay, we'll call that 11.
All right, 11 of thunder damage. You know, just because why the hell not? And that'll end my turn.
All right, so moving on down, it is now the bottom of the round. And these guys are actually fairly tactical. They know where their strengths and their weaknesses are. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. So they're going to go ahead and exploit that. This other giant kind of comes around to the other side, where Gladier is now standing alone, going toe-to-toe with this comrade. So this is going to be a plus 11, so that's a lot. 28 to hit on the first one, and damn, can't seem to roll great. Looking like a 13 to hit on the second one.
Well, the 28 for sure hits.
Okay, so let me roll this one out. All right, let's see here. All right. Gladier, you take 22 points of slashing damage as one of this massive sword blows does manage to strike you.
I am resistant to slashing damages. Well, is this a magical weapon?
No.
Okay, yeah, I'm resistant. Got my cloak of resistance.
Very nice. So take half, so 11 total slashing damage as this fire giant crashes this sword down upon your person. He turns to the other giant and says something. And the giant responds with a head nod, and points at you, Gladier. That being said, that's it. That's the end of the round. So we're gonna go back to the top. Logos, you are up.
I'm gonna do what I do best, and I'm gonna fire off 2 more at the one that I've been attacking.
Okay, great. Give me some attack rolls.
That's a 26 and a 27.
Both
To
hit.
hit. That's a 10 plus 13 on the first hit. 13 on the second hit. 26 points total, both hits.
As a couple more arrows land true, this guy is like wheezing and takes a knee. Like your arrows finally drive him down to a knee. He has to use his massive sword to kind of keep his balance as he kind of breathes heavily, and a bit of a spittle of blood kind of erupts from his face as he's kind of gasping for breath. But still in it, but not looking great.
That'll be my turn.
Okay, so moving on down to the giant. The giant that is currently on one knee reaches for a canister at his side. It looks to be some sort of barrel. He punches a hole in the top and guzzles it down greedily. And you watch before your eyes as some of that bleeding seems to stop pretty swiftly. That being said, he turns his gaze to Gladier. Gladier, I'm going to need. No, yeah, actually, we'll see. I'm going to take a couple of attack rolls with the blade at you, Gladier. We are looking at 19 to hit. And another. Ooh, that's a nat 19, so a lot. 29. A 19 and a 29.
Yeah, they both hit. 19 just hits me.
Can Blade use cutting words on the one that wasn't a nat 19?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll that out.
All right, so take 4 off of that.
So a 15 misses, Gladier?
Yeah.
Okay, so one more crash of this blade falls down upon you. Let me roll this out in chat again. So I just don't have that many d6s ready to go. 36 slashing damage, Gladier. Halved, of course. So we'll call that, 18?
Yikes, that's still rough. Okay. Good thing I got that fucking cloak. Jesus.
And that is all he's got for the time being. We're going to move it on down to you, Gladier. You're up.
All right. Gladier's gonna kind of give the after just getting slashed with that giant fucking sword. Kind of look up at the 2 giants and growl, letting some of the fire build up in his mouth. Gonna bonus action. cast Branding Smite, 2nd level, on myself, which means next time I hit a creature with weapon attack before the spell ends, deals an extra 2d6 radiant damage to the target. Becomes visible if they're invisible, and they shed a dim light in a 5-foot radius. Cannot become invisible. Not that I think these guys become invisible, but I would like extra 2d6 damage. So I'm going to go for the one that looks more hurt. Is that the guy who just took what I can only assume is a healing potion?
Correct.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna fuck him up.
All right.
Or attempt it.
Give me some attack rolls.
First attack roll is not fucking good. That's a 12 to hit.
Clings off of this thick metal armor.
All right, second attack. That's better. That's a 22.
That hits for sure.
Okay, so that's going to be 1d8 plus 5 plus 2d6. I'm also going to burn a spell slot and pump a Divine Smite into this. What spell slot? Fuck it. I'm gonna burn my last 1st level spell slot and add an extra d8 of radiant damage.
Okay, great.
Okay, so 1d8 plus 5 for the swords. That's 11 damage. For 11 slashing plus 8 radiant plus 6 more radiant, so 14. So 25 total damage. Right? Is that right? Yes. Yeah. 25 total damage to that giant. And that's everything I can do. That's bonus action. Action. If I move, I'm gonna get 2 opportunity attacks. Man. Yeah, I'm gonna stay there. Yeah. Yeah, that's my turn.
All right, moving on down from Gladier Blade. You are up.
All right. I think I'm going to start. I think Blade is going to kind of bring out his lute and maybe kind of doing some soft melodies, soothing melodies, and kind of channel those towards Gladier to cast a healing word at the 2nd level for him.
Okay, great. Yeah, roll that out for sure.
So Gladier, you will get 14 points of health. And I'm also going to kind of just piggyback on that a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and throw Gladier a little bit of inspiration as well. Just kind of be like, I see that there are giants and that they are near, but have no fear when your bard is here.
Oh, perfect. Is that a D8 of inspiration?
Yep, you got it.
All right. Anything else? Anything with your movement or anything?
Let's just for shits and giggles, let's go maybe like 15 feet like north to on from looking at them,
Okay, yeah, for sure.
and that'll be it for me.
Okay, Renwick, you are up.
Am I 25 feet away from melee range? Or would you say it's 30 feet? It looks like it could go either way from how I'm seeing it.
You can hit the corner of the giant closest to you with 25 feet for sure.
All right. He's gonna rush in, draw his rapier as he's running in, and go for a big slashing, like kind of cross swing. That's an 18 for a 26. And that's going to be... All right, I just want to confirm. I believe it's a D8. 7 plus sneak attack. 18 points of damage on the rapier, and I'm going to bonus action drop a bolt onto him for an additional 9 damage.
All right, 27 total, so good deal. But yeah, you find purchase with both the rapier and the crossbow bolts, a splattering of giant blood to show for your efforts.
And that'll be my turn.
All right, moving on down from Renwick. Locris, you're up.
All right. I think this one nearest me is the one I put the Hexblade's curse on, right?
Correct.
Then I am going to charge in, and I'm going to take a couple of swipes.
Okay, great, for sure.
All right. It's going to be a... Well, let's start with my good one. A natural 19, which is a crit.
Very
Based on
nice.
my curse. And then the other one will be a 21 to hit.
Both hit for sure.
All right, let's start with the crit first. For these two. See, that's 9 plus 5 for 14 points piercing damage, 16 points piercing damage. Or no, 17 points because my proficiency is plus 3. And then the second one is going to be 14 points piercing damage. So a total of 31 points.
Damn. So yeah, you come in swinging and cleaving, and you bring this dude down to a knee once again. After a couple of successful slams with your Morning Star, this guy has fallen to a knee and is gasping for breath and spitting out blood by the troveful.
All right. Then as a bonus action, if he's low enough, give him a wet willy.
Oh, you definitely jump up and piss him off doing that, but possible.
And that'll end my turn.
All right, moving on down from Locris is the other giant. So, turning first, turning to Gladier. Sorry, dude, but I'm going to need you to give me a contested athletics check.
A contested athletics check against a fire giant.
I don't know that you can possibly beat this check. I just rolled a nat 20 and I get a plus 10 to this, so the DC is 30. But you have Bardic.
I do have inspiration. I think I'm gonna have to I think I'm also gonna have to roll a nat 20. It's a 16 plus 7 for a 20. What's fuck math? 23. So I have to roll a
Okay,
7 on this
I
inspiration.
actually get a plus 11. So
Oh,
11 on the crit is a DC of 31.
So I have to roll an 8 on this D8 inspiration to not, I'm assuming, get grappled. Oh, Jesus. Fuck, it's a 4.
Alas, unfortunately for you, Gladier, this giant walks over to you, grabs you, picks you up off of the ground, and then proceeds to stuff you in a chain bag that it is carrying at its waist. You are currently grappled, so you have no movement, but you can still move around, cast spells, maybe make attacks or whatnot, but you are currently in a chain sack on a giant's belt.
This motherfucker.
That being said, he is also going to take some movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And he rumbles forward towards Logas. And then we're going to go back to the top of the order, which is at Logas.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna take my full 45 feet of movement and run towards the left, like away from him. So basically, so he have to chase me around the map.
Okay, and you said 45 feet?
Yeah, my full movement to get even further away from him.
Okay, yeah, you just take off, man. You're like all lightning. You start sprinting in the opposite direction.
And then I'm gonna fire 2 arrows at the one that I've been hitting.
Okay, great. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
First one's a 19. And the second is a 23.
Both hit.
Okay, that's 12 points of damage on the first one. 14 points on the second one.
So how do you want to do this, Logos?
I'll go for the usual. Shoot both arrow in each eye, so I get into the soft tissue in his eyeballs.
And yeah, as with a sickening wet thud, you bury an arrow in each eye, and the giant collapses to the ground in a heap of gore.
Do I have eyes on Gladier?
Yeah, you're pretty aware in combat. You know, Gladier is like on this guy's belt. He's got what looks to be a sack made of chains, and Gladier is currently inside of it.
Because I was gonna try to cast a healing spell on him, but I think I would have to see him, and that wouldn't count if he's inside the bag, right?
Currently blocked from view. Yeah, you can't actually see Gladier.
Okay, then I will. That was my turn.
Okay, now I got the right map out there. That comes down to the other giant, which you just kind of murdered. So, moving on down, Gladier, you're up. You are currently stuffed in a giant chain bag.
And am I on the dead giant's chain bag?
No. The dead giant is collapsed kind of. Oh shit! I didn't send the right picture. I thought I did. So you're currently. No, you're not. The other giant is the one that snatched you up.
Okay. Oh, man.
Okay, I got the right picture for real this time. Third time's a charm.
Um, does it look like? Can I like reach through the chains and like try and like stab him?
You could probably attack the interior of the bag. It's like essentially like chainmail. So you would have to break a chain through the chains to actually strike at the giant.
Gotcha. Hmm. Well, pretty much nothing else I can do. As I do try and. Can I try and like crawl out? Like, would that be like a contested check or something? Like, if I try to like crawl up and push my way out of this fucking bag? Do you, can you hear me all right? Or
Yeah.
you saying? Oh, I didn't hear if you responded.
Oh, sorry. I said strength saving throw, please. Or we'll call it a strength check, actually. Strength check to escape the bag.
Oh, just a straight strength. Oh man, why did I don't have that inspiration still? Um, yeah, fuck it. I mean, I can't do anything else other than just straight up attack it. Oh, yeah, no, that's a 15.
Unfortunately, not quite enough. You struggle in the bag, and call out to your allies, but alas, you can't escape.
Um, yeah, there's really nothing else I can do. Well, if I'm just hanging out, I'm gonna use a bonus action to take a standard healing potion.
Okay, great. Yeah.
All right, and yeah, that's all I got.
All right, moving on down from Gladier, it is Blade. You are up.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Um. Gosh, so I can't really see Gladier. All right. I think I'm just gonna straight up just fucking insult this dude.
Okay. Give me your worst here.
Oh man, I just wish I had thought of something good. Be like, look at that red hair of yours. Does it match the carpet? I don't know. Something. Okay, no, that was bad.
It must have got to him because it was only an 11 on the save. So.
Perfect. So he's gonna take 2d4. So nice, 4 and 1. So 5 points of psychic damage, and he also has disadvantage on his next attack. And I guess Blade is just gonna yell out to Gladiator, "Just hang in there, buddy. Hang on." And that'll be my.
All right, moving on down from Blade, it is Renwick. You are up. Freshly
Right.
felled giant right in front of you, and another trying to take Gladiator somewhere.
Yeah. It looks like he's in range, so I think Renwick turns around and he goes, "Oi! You can't leave yet. There's not enough giant blood on my blade." And just takes off running, and he's gonna take another swiping shot at this guy's ankles. Hope for the best.
Okay, great.
Fucking 18 again, dude. 3 18s in a row on the rapier.
That's the
26.
magic number, man. Oh, even better with a 26.
And I swear to fucking God, another 18 on the hand crossbow.
Perfect.
I was rolling single digits all night on that other die, and this one's fucking hot. I don't understand it. But I'm not going to question it. Fuck it. All right, I'm coming, buddy. Let's see here. Ten plus sneak attack. 12, 22, 27, 29 damage on the rapier. And an additional 7 damage on the hand crossbow. 36 damage.
Very nice. All right, 36.
And if I have any remaining movement, I'm going to keep trying to move around the giant, like trying to get around him toward the front as much as I can.
Okay, yeah, you slowly make your way kind of around towards the front of the giant, for sure.
And that'll be my turn.
All right, following Renwick, it is Locris. You are up. Standing right next to a freshly felled fire giant.
All right. Gonna yell out, "Don't forget about me, asshole!" I want to charge right at him. Take a couple of swings.
Excellent. 20 feet of movement is all it takes. Give me a couple attack rolls.
A dirty 20 and a 19.
Both hit.
All right, it's going to be 9 on the first hit. And 9 on the second hit, so 18 points piercing damage.
All right. That'll be okay. Cool. Anything else there?
Oh, that ends my turn.
Okay. Moving on down. Bringing up the bottom of the round is the giant. It's got some options here. None of them are the best. Let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. If I move it to here. Alright. Yep. Okay, so the giant starts kind of lumbering back towards the gate. However, stays within range of Locris despite moving 30 feet or so. Ish. Close. 25, I guess. But a couple of attacks are coming your way, Locris. I got a 22 to hit. Fuck. Threw it off. Hold on. And a 19.
Did you say he moves?
Yeah, he did move. You'll get an attack of opportunity there, Renwick, I think.
Sweet. Oh, nope, that's a miss. That's a 3. My 18 streak is gone.
So a 19 and a 22 there, Locris?
Both hit.
Can I use cutting words on the 19?
Sure. Go ahead and roll it out.
All right, so we're going to take 4 off of that.
Does a 15 hit, Locris?
Does not.
And Blade would just yell something like, because his insult was so bad the first time. Yeah, you keep running.
All right. So that will be 30 points of damage to you, Locris, unfortunately.
Noted.
Slashing damage, if it matters. All right, so moving on. You know what? Yeah. Okay, so move this here. Moving back to the top of the blah, 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 blah. Moving up to the top of the round. Sorry. And that will be Logos. Actually, I think I was supposed to. I have a note here. I think I was supposed to make that last attack with disadvantage. So.
I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at second level. That is a 24 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
So whoever attacks him next has advantage. Sorry, trying to roll it out in chat. Wow, that's unfortunate. 12 points of damage total. Roll 3 fucking ones on a d6.
All right, yeah, story of my life right there for sure.
12 points of damage, and it's radiant damage if that matters. And next person to attack has advantage.
Okay, great. Let's move it on down. Giant 1 is already dead. Gladiator, you're in an iron chain sack. Would you care to make another strength check to try to escape?
Um,
You can use a standard action to do other things as well. No pressure.
yeah. Can I like? I can't like see it all out of the sack. I can't see the giant or any part. It's kind of like, is it like pretty tight chainmail
It's pretty
ish?
tight chains. If you want to try to peer through it, grab a bit of it and tighten it up. Put your eye to it. Try to glance through to get some sunlight or view the battlefield. Go ahead and give me a perception check, but disadvantage.
Um, Actually, instead of that, can I look around to see if there's anything else in here other than me?
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Which die? Don't. Fifth. Oh no. Forgot I'm proficient in investigation. 17.
As you kind of move around the contents of this sack, there does appear to be the mostly eaten remains of a cow. But you are sharing the sack with a half-eaten cow. In fact, you're probably covered in cow viscera at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get the fuck out of there. Would that be a standard action to like look around?
We'll call that a bonus if you want to use a standard action to try to escape.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get the fuck out. I don't want to be next. Come on. Dirty 20. Rolled a 16 on the die plus 4 for strength.
That's what you need as you kind of spend the time to fight your way out of this chain sack. You do eventually do so, fighting your way out and landing on the ground with a plop. You are prone, but you have removed yourself from this giant's chain sack.
Oh, thank God. God, it smells like fucking death in there. Fuck. And I'll use my movement to stand up.
Okay, yeah.
All I got. Jesus Christ. Shoved me in his fucking snack bag.
So, Gladiator, let's see, Locris, I don't know, maybe you could wiki this for me real quick. So when you get an opportunity attack when they leave your attack range, correct? Because I think that might have also ensued an attack of opportunity from you. However, he left your attack range, but you did not leave his. So technically, he's still threatening the square you're in. Does that count as an opportunity attack in the raw? I don't know. Food for thought. I might have robbed you of an opportunity attack, but if you wanted to look at that, maybe. Blade. That being said, you are up at the moment.
Okay. Um. Okay. Why don't we?
I have what for you, Sean.
Okay, what do you got?
So, for an opportunity attack, it's when a hostile creature moves out of your reach. The only difference comes, then you can make a melee attack. Where his reach comes into place if you are trying to make a ranged attack, so I'm 10 feet back, but he has a 10-foot reach, it would make the ranged attack at disadvantage. But you still get an opportunity attack with a melee attack
Okay,
when they move out of your range.
so you would get an opportunity attack as well. Then go ahead and roll that out. Blade.
Man, sounds boring, but I'm just gonna keep fucking insulting this guy.
All right, another wisdom saving throw from me.
We got it.
I'm not even going to tell you what I rolled till you insult me.
13 points piercing damage.
All right, noted.
Blaze just gonna kind of, after listening to him, kind of the giant banter to his little buddy there, he's just gonna kind of mock him a little bit by just going like, blah, 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 blah. Like, oh, look at that, you can't even keep a lizard in your pouch there, dumb giant.
He rolled a 19, so he passed the save, but he glares at you for, intensely for a minute. Maybe angry at possible giant racial slurs. You don't know.
And oh, gee golly, I'm going to give a little bit of inspiration to Gladier since he's laying there prone.
He uses movement to stand up, but don't let that stop you from giving him inspiration.
No. I'll always inspire him. Yeah, I'll whip out my loot and just kind of do like a I can't even I can't remember what the actual move is called. The move like when a guitar player like whips his like guitar around. Basically, not is it windmilling or is
Yeah, I
that
think so.
basically just a continuous cycle of that and be like move, play there, move, and that'll be my turn.
Okay, great. Moving on down from Blade, Renwick, you're up.
I'm gonna rush in, try to save Gladier from the snack bag. All right, let's go with the rapier. And fuck, that is a 2. So that's a miss. Hand crossbow. That is a 25, though.
That one hits.
Sweet. All right, hand crossbow. That's gonna be 10 points plus sneak attack for an additional 17, 27 points on the hand crossbow.
Damn. All right. Let's tell him here. Oh man. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I imagine he runs up and just sinks, like takes a swing, misses, sinks the bolt right in the top of the giant's foot, and he's like, "Drop our lizard, you big fuck!"
Gladier kind of stands up off the ground next to you. Hey.
Hey, I got out, friend. Don't worry.
Sorry, was in a bit of a blind rage there.
Locris, I believe that will bring you up in this initiative.
All right, gonna run in and take 2 more swings.
All right. As you take a 5-foot step forward, keep giving it to him. Go ahead and give me a couple of attack rolls.
Hits and a 13, which I assume misses.
Correct.
All right, so 9 points piercing damage.
Okay. So, anything else there?
Nope, that's it.
Moving on down. That is the giant himself. So, let's see here. Options. I think tactically enough, these giants know when they can press it and when they can't. So, I'm thinking. Let's see here. That's a lot of opportunity attacks if I continue to run away. You guys made it hard for me here thinking about this. I think I'm just gonna have to take the attacks. So, Reddenwick, Gladier, and Locris, you will all get an opportunity attack as this giant moves away from you.
Fucking dead. Oh, 18.
18 hits for sure.
Nice.
I would get one as well, right?
Yes,
Since I was in melee,
Renwick,
so-
Gladier, and Locris all get attacks of opportunity.
Fuck yeah. Well, I rolled a 1, but I re-roll ones. For
A natty-
22? Or sorry, 23.
A natty 20 for Locris.
Oh, very nice. So yeah, all three of you roll some damage.
All right.
Is this a fresh round? I'm not sure if this is sneak attack again.
The giant is actually at the bottom of the round, so
Okay, no worries.
I'm pumping a divine smite into it. I only have 2nd level spell slots left, but I got 2 left.
So
Sorry.
11 damage on the rapier.
21 piercing from Locris.
Where's my divine smite? It's one spell slot to do 2d8 damage. Okay, so 3d8 plus 5. No, 4d8 plus 5. 1d8 for my sword, and then 3d8 because I'm using a 2nd level spell slot for divine smite. That is 10, 12, 15 plus 5, 20 points of damage.
very nice. You guys fucking teamed up pretty good. That was a good walloping right there. I'm not doing that again.
Get the fuck back here.
Okay, so with that, he takes his standard movement towards the gate, but does take the time to turn and hurl a stone. Man, I don't even know which one of you guys he dislikes the least. Let's see. I'm gonna roll a dice to see who he's gonna throw the stone at. All right. That would be Logos. Oh, sorry, dude. He kind of just turns as he's fleeing. Doesn't even throw a stone at his trio of attackers. He lobs one hard towards the elf in the corner that's drilling him with arrows. And shit.
Do I still have partial cover from the rock that I've been. Oh no, I took off.
I
That's
was
right.
gonna say you took off actually from that rock. Also, this is gonna suck for you because I did roll a natural 20. I just crit on you with this stone.
It's all right. My body is ready. Blade, you don't want a cutting war instead, or
I'm just gonna double the dice rather than double the total on the dice, just for sake of ease. So it's gonna be 8d10 instead of 4d10.
Sweet Jesus.
8 ones.
Oh man, I would have been so bummed. It didn't do great. Got a lot of twos in there. That's a 41 bludgeoning damage, Logos. As a massive boulder just kind of lands in your general vicinity.
what an asshole!
That being said, back to the top of the round. That is you, Logos.
I forgot. Did anybody use that advantage from the guiding bolt?
Oh, they technically could have. None of them missed, but it could have been another crit on somebody. So I don't think they did.
Or somebody on the opportunity tag retcon that roll it?
I think Glader would have been the first one after you who took a melee attack.
I mean, I'll leave that up to DM's discretion.
Yeah, roll it out. What do you remember? What you last rolled? An 18.
I rolled
I think it was 18 on the money. So
Yeah, because I got a 10 on the die and I have a +8 to hit.
okay, yeah. Roll, see if you get better. At least a crit.
Nope, natural 1.
Oh, okay.
That's why he let you do it.
Yeah, because he knows I'm going to roll fucking 91. I think I rolled the most 91s out of anyone in this party. Oh no, I'm the Will Wheaton of the group. Jesus.
There must be balance.
All right, I'm gonna take 2 arrows. That is a 18 exactly, and a 25 to hit.
Both hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Did I ever move my hunter's mark to this one? I don't think I did.
You did not.
Oh, okay, so they're just gonna be straight. That's 12 points of damage on the first hit, and 9 points of damage on the second hit. And once again, I used a little bit of my movement to position myself between the rock and the giant to give myself partial cover. That'll be my turn.
Okay, sounds good. Moving on down is dead giant, but he's dead. So that will be Gladier next.
All right. 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, I can get up on him. I'm going to chase after him.
Oh, and
Okay,
also, kind of retcon, I'm going to bonus action move my hunter's mark on him.
Okay, yeah. Duly noted. Yeah, Gladier is only about 25 feet, so you make it in no time.
You know, look up to him and be like, you fucked up when you put me in that satchel with that dead cow. And then I'm going to take 2 swings. That's a dirty 20 for the first attack.
Hits.
And a natural 20 for the second.
Very nice. Also hits.
All right. So first regular is a 11 points of damage. And then yeah, I'm gonna be that asshole paladin and pump a divine smite into my natty 20.
That's like the standard. That's a standard action for paladins, right? That's what you're supposed to do.
All right, so that's 48. Oh, that's good. 12, 17, 25 times 2. That's 50 plus 5 for the Kopesh. So 55 points of damage on the second attack.
Gladiator, go ahead and tell me how you want to do this.
Yes. So I imagine as he's like trying to like run back and get behind the wall, Gladiator just runs up and just cuts both of his Achilles tendons, dropping him to his knees, and then jumps up and just stabs him right through like the base of the skull.
And with a sickening wet thud, this massive giant hits the ground and kind of shakes the earth around you guys. And it is at about that point you are no longer in combat. You hear the sounds of battle off in the distance, but you see coming up the road in your direction a small legion of men and women dressed for battle, all wearing chainmail and things, wielding swords, shields, axes, and the like. And I think this is where we're going to have to end our session for the night, boys.
Jesus, 8d10 is rough.
At least he rolled low.
I know.
Yeah,
He rolled.
worse.
He only rolled 16 points on 4d10 on the first one. That was a good. I think if I hadn't got healed, I think someone healed me, right? Because man, I
3 points.
was. Oh yeah, you're 3 points and then 9 points from Blade.
Oh man.
Like I was down to 18 points after that crit. One more rock, I'd have been done for.
I'm scared to know what the giant would have done to me in his little snack pack.
Oh, he was gonna butter your biscuit, buddy.
Oh.
It's his rape pouch.
Jesus.
In 10 minutes, the new episode of Monsters and Mythos comes out, and it's going to be zombies, wherein we discuss the Lich.
Ooh.
Oh,
I
shit.
know Anthony was interested in that one.
Oh yeah, always down for a good zombie talk. All right, fellas, I'm tired. I was barely holding on towards the end there. Talk
Yep.
to y'all.
All right, guys. Yeah, fuck. I'll talk to you guys here in a bit. Keep in touch on the socials. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Later, guys.
For the record, before you guys all depart and whatnot, let's reconvene at level 8.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
That woke me right up.
Oh, god damn it. Now I have to stay up and fucking level up.
All right, guys. I'll see you next week. Keep in touch.
Later, guys.
Good night.